Stop biting. Oi, dippers! It's time to stream, isn't it? Isn't it? It's like, why the fuck are you talking like that? Hello, everybody! Ah! I'm being attacked because of my unfunny accent. Good morning, everybody. Stop trying. Keep your beak away from my mouth, you weirdo. Good morning, or afternoon, evening, morning for some of you guys. I would really appreciate it if not right out the gate. You blow out everybody's eardrums. Especially me. Hello, Adam. Hello, Lex. Hello, Thanatress. Hello, Sepsis. It looks like we got a new one. Hello, I am so sorry if I butcher this. I'm so bad at names. I'll say Takura. Okarune Takura. Hello, Vidiano. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are ready for another off the rails Goosebumps book, because I certainly am. Because why not? The last one was just a treat. It was just so damn good. Yes, I agree, Tippy. Though we didn't get what we wanted in the end. We just got the typical Goosebumps boring ass ending. I am in my gun show area. No, okay, so it's actually freezing here. I chose poorly. But I bought these cute little outfits. Hello, Haley. They're like two pieces. There's like this little like kind of crop top, and then it has like little pencil skirts. And I was looking at the damn size chart because I pay attention to the size chart, and they said, hey, order like an X and like an XXL, and I was like, so I listened to him. I was like, oh, this must be like the Asian sizes, because everybody who knows that orders overseas, they're a lot smaller than our sizes. So I was like, okay, I order it, and I get the fucking order, and they're true to size. So I was so goddamn mad, and I couldn't return them. They were final sales, so now I have to take all of them. I washed them in heat, or like super, super hot water, like 3 times to get them to shrink as much as I could. And they didn't really shrink all that much. This one I managed to do myself. Like, I managed to like take in on my own, but some of the like the other 2 ones, like I was wearing the strawberry one's still kind of baggy on me, so now I gotta go through all the trouble of paying to get them taken in, which sucks, because I was gonna wear those when I started my new job, but I was like, I'm not gonna shell out all this money to take in all this stuff. I'll be lazy about it for now. I'll eventually do it. Well, I was listening to the size chart. What do you want from me, Tippy? Jeez, everybody's a damn critic. See, I'm not happy with them, and I'll probably never buy from them again because of that bullshit, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not like I wanted to actually wear the clothes that I purchased. I just would like to look at it sitting on the hanger in my closet. Alright. Is that everybody coming in for now? Probably just start up. Everybody kind of filters in after a while. But I gotta double check to make sure. I don't know what it is with my streaming. It keeps saying that it'll be fine for a couple seconds, and it's always around this time. The only thing I can think of is this is about the time people are coming home from work, so everybody's hopping online for whatever reason. Hopefully you guys can see okay, or hear and see okay. If it turns out it's gotten to the point that you can't hear me, I'll have to take a pause and then just go shut off every single thing in the house so it'll speed up. You can't be going to sleep now. Oh, see, she's had a See, she's had such a busy day terrorizing me and biting me, so now she wants to take a nap. She did this shit last time too when I was trying to play Alan Wake. Alright. This has to be better than the last puppet book. It's like famous last words right there. Summer's not letting you go. Oh, hey, Rotisserie! You know, did I say hi to you, Haley? If not, hello. You know, it's, I get the feeling that it's not gonna last. Like, it was freezing today. It was pretty cold yesterday, and I get the feel... I'm afraid to check the week forecast, because I get the feeling it's just gonna turn around and go back up like crazy. Oh, I forgot. I can't have the demon known as Chapstick anywhere near you. Because if I do, it needs to be... She's like a damn cat. She picks it up and throws it over. Go ahead. I know you want to do it. She's like, no, I'm shy now. You got the camera on me. Sorry, it's been a long day. Give me that. Alright. Time to read Night of the Lemmy Dummy 2. We don't... This isn't meant to last. This is for right now. Alright. Are you going to stay in here? Are you going to be quiet? Or are you going to cause a ruckus? Because I can't be interrupted every 2 seconds. That's their job. I have no lips. This is useless to me. I don't know what it is. She freaking hates chapstick regardless of what shape it's in. If it's in a little tube, she hates it. If it's in the little... whatever that thing would be called, she hates it. If it's in a little jar, she hates it. She's like, get this shit out. How dare you speak about me as if I am not here! She screams at the top of her tiny little lungs. Hi, Dax. Sorry, I'm getting yelled at for yelled at by my bird for mocking my bird. Alright. God, chapter 1. How many is it? Let me see how many chapters. Because sometimes we luck out and there's not as many chapters. There's 24. And lucky for us, some chapters are like a page, if that. Whew. Gave up, tried to figure it out, and my head got lost along the way. We all do have strong opinions on chapstick. Can you? Been a huge Nails fan since... Alright, now be quiet. I need you to be quiet because I'm going to start reading now. Is everybody ready for the spooky... You're going to get evicted. Here. You can be all cutesy and fall asleep where they can stare at you until you decide to attack me. Okay, we're off to a strong start already. Hi, my name is Amy Kramer, and every Thursday night I feel a little dumb. That's because Thursday is family sharing night at my house. Sarah and Jed think it's dumb too, but Mom and Dad won't listen to our complaints. It's the most important night of the week, Dad says. It's family tradition, Mom says. It's something you kids will always remember. Right, Mom? It's something I'll always... What did I say? I am trying to act my heart out here. And you are over here. One-page chapters. I eventually want to do one of the choose your own adventure ones, because I let you guys choose the pathway. That way I'm blameless when we die. Right, Mom. It's something I'll always remember as really painful and embarrassing. You've probably guessed that on family sharing night, every member of the Kramer family, except for George, our cat, has to be on purpose, has to share something with the rest of the family. It isn't so bad for my sister Sarah. Sarah's 14. Bye. 2 years older than me, and she's a genius painter. Really, one of her paintings was shown for a show at the art museum downtown. In downtown! Sarah may go to the special arts high school next year. I didn't say Siri, I said Sarah. I need to turn that off. That's getting annoying. So Sarah always has some sketches she's working on and shows them off, or a new painting. And family share night isn't so bad for Jed either. Well, first of all, the kid's name is Jed. My 10-year-old brother is such a total goof. He doesn't care what he shares. One Thursday night, he burped really loud and explained that he was sharing his dinner. Jed laughed like a lunatic, but Mom and Dad didn't think it was funny. They gave Jed a stern lecture about taking family sharing nights more seriously. The next Thursday night, my obnoxious brother shared a note that David Miller, a kid at my school, had written to me. A very personal note. Jed found the note in my room and decided to share it with everyone. Nice. I wanted to die. I really did. Jed just thinks he's so cute and so oh my god. Why are all these... I'm so sorry. Every single one of these main characters are such whiny little assholes, and we're just right out the gate. I wanted to die. I really did. Jed just thinks he's so cute and adorable and he can get away with anything. He thinks he's really special. I think it's because he's the only redhead in the family. Sarah and I both have straight black hair, green eyes, and very tan skin. With his pale skin... Oh, he's not... One of these things is not like the other. Shows what R.L. Stein thought of kids. I mean, it's funny too, because didn't he have kids about this time? He was working some shit out in his writings. With his pale skin, freckled face, and curly red hair, Jed looked like he came from another family. He probably did, honey. Someone's adopted, or somebody's the milkman's kid, if you get what I'm saying. And sometimes Sarah and I both wish he did. Anyway, I'm the one with the most problems of family sharing night. Because I'm not really talented the way Sarah is, and I'm not a total goof like Jed. So I never really want to, I really don't know what to, take two. So I never really know what to share. I mean, I have a seashell collection, which I keep in a jar on my dresser. It's really kind of boring to hold up shells and talk about them. We haven't been to the ocean for nearly 2 years, so my shells are kind of old and everybody's already seen them. Just do this every single time and they'll stop doing family share night. If you guys hate it so much, the three of you just do the exact same thing every single week, and eventually your parents will get fed up and stop. I mean, you'll regret it down the line, but as a kid, you don't have to deal with it. I also have a really good collection of CDs, but no one else in my family is into Bob Marley and reggae music. If I start to share some of the music with them, they all hold their ears and complain until I shut it off. Well, your family are assholes. There's something that you're interested in, something that you like, and you're like, ugh, turn this shit off. And how you gonna bad talk Bob Marley, motherfuckers? Disgusting is what you are. Did he write Man-Thing as a petulant preteen? So I usually make up some kind of story, an adventure story about a girl who survives danger after danger, or a wild fairy tale about princesses who turn into tigers. Okay. After my last story, Dad had a really big smile on his face. Amy is gonna be a famous writer, he announced. She's so good at making up stories. Dad gazed around the room, still smiling. We have such a talented family, he exclaimed. My son is the loudest burper here. I'm so sorry. I have to leave my door open so I can hear, just in case Peter's like not getting along. They seem to be doing good, but the only problem is, I forgot to mention this before I started take a listen of the beautiful song that the person that I adopted Peter from failed to mention. If you guys listen to this beautiful song that this child plays, or this child sings. Oh, I guess it would help if I turned this out. I didn't even realize I still had it in. I would have really appreciated if he would have mentioned, oh, by the way, the parakeet learned how to mimic a fucking car alarm. Woke me up from a dead sleep. And I was like, wait, my car doesn't even sound like that. I'll get to the Fear Street eventually. No idea if it's gonna be any good though. Such a talented family. I knew he was just saying that to be a good parent, to encourage me. I don't know why those are in quotation marks. Sarah's the real talent in our family. Everybody knows that. So God forbid your parents encourage you to do something. If they don't like your music, you're pissed. If they try to encourage you, you're pissed. I don't know what you want from them. Tonight, Jed was the first to share. Mom and Dad sat on the living room couch. Dad had taken out a tissue and was squinting as he cleaned his glasses. Dad can't stand to have the tiniest speck of dust on his glasses. He cleans them about 20 times a day. It sounds like Dad's got a bit of an issue there. He's got himself a tick. I settled in the big brown armchair against the wall. Sarah sat cross-legged on the carpet beside my chair. What are you going to share tonight? Mom asked Jed, and I hope it isn't another horrible burp. That is so gross, Sarah moaned. Your face is gross, Jed shot back. He stuck out his tongue at Sarah. Jed, please, tonight give us a break, Dad murmured. He's poor Dad. Slipping his glasses back on, adjusting them on his nose. Don't cause trouble. She started it, Jed insisted, pointing at Sarah. Just share something, I told Jed, sighing. I'm going to share your freckles, Sarah told him. I'm going to pull them off one by one and feed them to George. Jesus. That's another thing that I've noticed about R.L. Stine. They're always whiny and they're damn near homicidal. Some of the things they say. Sarah and I laughed. George didn't glance up. He was curled up napping on the carpet beside the couch. That's not funny, girls, Mom snapped. Stop being mean to your brother. I'm going to go back to Drew. This is supposed to be family night, Dad wailed. Why can't we be a family? I feel bad for Dad. We are, Jed insisted. Dad frowned and shook his head. He looked like an owl when he does this. Jed, are you gonna share something? I can't do a droopy. That's the best I could do. We're gonna share something, he demanded weakly. Jed nodded. Yeah, Dad, this is another suicidal dad that we have on our hands. This is the second book in a row. Yeah, he stood in the center of the room and shoved his hands in his jean pockets. He wore loose, baggy jeans about 10 sizes too big. They always looked as if they were about to fall down. Jed thinks that's cool. It sounds like Jed just liked Jinkos. I learned to whistle through my fingers, he announced. Wow, Sarah muttered sarcastically. Jed ignored her. He pulled his hands from his pockets. Then he stuck his two little fingers in the side of his mouth and let out a long, shrill whistle. He whistled through his fingers 2 more times. Then he took a deep bow. The whole family burst into a loud applause. Jed, grinning, took another low bow. Such a talented family, Dad declared. This time he meant it as a joke. Tales from the Crypt. Oh, I remember Tales from the Crypt. I love Tales from the Crypt. Jed dropped down to the floor beside George, startling the poor cat awake. Your turn is next, Amy, Mom said, turning to me. Are you going to tell us another story? Her stories are too loud, Jed complained. George climbed unsteadily to his feet and moved a few feet away from Jed. Yawning, the cat dropped... Wait, I thought it was a dog. Did I miss it? Yawning, the cat dropped onto his stomach. I thought it was a... Man, I'm not paying attention to my own... Oh, it said George, our cat. I'm apparently not even paying attention to my own story. Or, not my story. I'm not going to, claim to this story. Yawning, the cat dropped onto his stomach beside Mom's feet. I'm not going to tell a story tonight, I announced. I picked up Dennis from behind my armchair. Sarah and Jed both groaned. Hey, give me a break, I shouted. I settled back onto the edge of the chair, fixing my dummy on my lap. I thought I'd talk to Dennis tonight, I told Mom and Dad. They had half smiles on their faces. I didn't care. I've been practicing with Dennis all week, and I wanted to try out my new comedy routine with him. Amy's a lousy ventriloquist, Jed chimed in. You can see her lips move. Be quiet, Jed. I think Dennis is funny, Sarah said. She scooted towards the couch so she could see better. I balanced Dennis on my left knee and wrapped my fingers around the string on his back and worked his mouth. Phrasing. Oh. Dennis is a very old ventriloquist dummy. The paint on his face has faded. One eye is almost completely white. Whoa. His turtleneck sweater is worn and tattered. That is the most haunted sounding dummy I've ever heard. But I have a lot of fun with him. When my 5-year-old cousins came to visit, I like to entertain them with Dennis. They squeal and laugh. They think I'm a riot. There's that word again, just like last time. I think we could write a better young adult horror book with an elementary school Jen being hunted by killer birds. I mean, it's like that now. Had a Fear Street book once, and he seemed to talk about cars in it a lot, not the characters. Maybe he was fantasizing about a car he wanted to buy, and it kind of just ended up on Murmured. Sorry, I'm just catching up to see if there's anything that I missed. Only Skin Deep. I think I remember that one. The name itself is triggering a memory. I tried to collect the comics. I remember I had a couple of the comics too, though they probably shouldn't have been given to a kid, because those type of ones probably should have been like in a sleeve or something, because I wore the shit out of those. That's back when I was learning to draw, so I would trace a lot. Visits the haunted house and is killed by a ghost lady with a chainsaw? Y'all remember the ventriloquist boom of the 90s? Kids were getting dummies and roasting people. I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not. Is that true? Was that a really big thing in the 90s? She made a 5-year-old laugh. Give her a Netflix special. Well, I mean, it's worked for some comedians. Alright, let me see. I think I'm getting better with Dennis, despite Jed's complaint. I took a deep breath, glanced at Mom and Dad, and began my act. How are you tonight, Dennis? I asked. Not too well, I made the dummy reply in a high-pitched, shrill voice. Dennis's voice. Really? What's wrong? I think I caught a bug. Oh, you mean you have the flu? I asked him. No, termites. Mom and Dad laughed. Sarah smiled. Jed groaned loudly. I turned back to Dennis. Well, have you been to a doctor? I asked him. No, a carpenter. I need a soundboard. Dark times for sure. It's the episode with the hot chick with the mask for a face. Oh, I do remember that one. This makes me want to watch Tales from the Crypt again. I'm gonna go through all those. And it wouldn't be a carpenter. You'd call pest control, god damn it. Rim shot, yeah, exactly. Mom and Dad smiled at that one, but didn't laugh. Jed groaned again. Sarah stuck her finger down her throat, pretending to puke. Honey, you stick your finger down that far, you're gonna not pretend to puke. You're gonna actually... Hello, Mr. Crowley. You're gonna actually puke. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want you climbing all over my hair while I'm trying to speak. No one liked that joke, Dennis, I told him. Who's joking? Or Denise? No one liked it. Have I been calling her Dennis this whole time? Oh, duh. See, I'm really not paying attention. That's the dummy's name. No one liked that joke, Dennis, I told him. Who's joking? I made Dennis reply. This is lame, I heard Jed mutter to Sarah. She nodded her head in agreement. Let's change the subject, Dennis. You need to be quiet. You are not like this when I'm playing games at home. It's only when I'm streaming. I think it's because I'm not paying exclusive attention to her. I said, shifting the dummy to my other knee. Do you have a girlfriend? Dennis is like, oh no, honey. No, girlfriend. I have a roommate. It's the 90s. You gotta still keep it on the DL a little bit. I leaned Dennis forward, trying to make him nod his head yes, but his head rolled right off his shoulders. Yeah, because he doesn't want to deny who he is. He'd rather be decapitated than pretend he has a girlfriend. It's not right. Tippy, I swear to God. The wooden head hit the floor with a thud and bounced over to George. The cat leaped and scampered away. And Sarah and Jed collapsed in laughter, slapping each other high fives. Yeah, we just saw murder. Yeah, I'm gonna have to kick her out here in a minute. It's just because she knows I'm not paying attention to her, so she tends to try to get my attention by being loud. But it's weird because now she's all, oh, I'm tired. I'm getting so sleepy with my eyes. And then she'll turn around in the next 5 minutes and try to attack me again. Just wait till you meet his Brad. That'd actually get a laugh if it happened on stage. There are people who don't even have beards. His razor fell in the toilet. Suddenly an angel appeared and said to him, I know you feel the safe. When you grab Tippy, remove her from your head in such a fluid way. I've had her since she was a little bald chicken wing, so she's just used to being handled. She kind of can figure out at this point. I jumped up angrily to my feet. Dad! I screamed. You promised you'd buy me a new dummy! That kind of escalated a bit. Jed scurried over to the rug and picked up Dennis's head. He pulled the string, making the dummy's mouth move. You get. That's what I thought. Hold on, I'm gonna close the door so she can't come barging in again. She knows better, but she still does it. Ooh. Ooh. The only thing that kind of stinks about closing this door, regardless of how cold it is outside, it tends to get stuffy in here. Ugh. Seems like nothing I do has made it better. He pulled the string and made the dummy's mouth move. Amy reeks! Amy reeks! Jed made the dummy repeat over and over again. Give me that! I grabbed the head angrily from Jed's hand. Amy reeks! Amy reeks! Jed continued chanting. That's enough! God, family night went off the rails real fast. That's enough! Mom shouted, jumping off from... Can you hear me or something there? Sometimes he responds when I'm talking in answers that could kind of work. Mom jumped off the couch. Jed retreated to the back wall. Why is he reacting like that? Is he about to get beat? I have been checking the stores for a new dummy, Dad told me, pulling off his glasses again and examining them closely. But they're all so expensive. Well, how am I ever gonna get better than this, Dad? Think, you loser! Jesus. Never gonna become a oh shit, I can't even think of a famous ventriloquist comedian. There's that one guy with the really unfunny... They're all unfunny. I can't name a single funny puppeteer. Oh, sorry, ventriloquist. Well, how am I ever going to get better at this, huh? I demanded. Dennis's head falls off every time I use him. Have you thought about using fucking tape or something? Without context, the chat looks shady, violent. Oh, really? I angrily jumped to my feet. I angered jumpily. Is that what I said? You ruined me, Dad. I'll never make it to Hollywood now. Queen Jennifer. And then Amy curb stomped Slappy. The end. In a ventriloquist-based economy, you expect them to be more affordable. Jeff Dunham, thank you. Ugh, he's horribly unfunny. Look, usually when I watch specials, comedy specials, I'll at least chuckle at one. I just sat there the whole time getting angry. I was like, why am I still watching this? It's a sunk cost fallacy. I was like, there's gotta be one joke. One thing that I think is funny. Just do your best, Mom said. What did that mean? I always hated it when she said that. What do you mean, what does that mean? Instead of family sharing nights, we should call this Thursday night fights, Sarah declared. Jed raised his fist. Want to fight? He asked Sarah. It's your turn, Sarah, Mom replied, narrowing her eyes at Jed. What are you sharing tonight, dear? I have a new painting, Sarah announced. It's a watercolor. Oh, what? Dad asked, settling his glasses on the back of his face. Remember that cabin we had in Maine a few summers ago? Sarah replied, tossing her hair back. Oh, she did a hair flip. The one overlooking the dark rock cliff. I found a snapshot of it, and I tried to paint it. I suddenly felt really angry and upset. I admitted. I was jealous of Sarah. No fucking duh. Here she was, about to share another beautiful watercolor, and here I was, rolling a stupid dummy head in my lap. It just wasn't fair. You'll have to come to my room to see it, Sarah said. It's still wet. We all stood up and trooped into Sarah's room. My family lives in a long one-story ranch-style house. My room and Jed's room are at the end of one hallway, and the living room, dining room, and kitchen are in the middle. Sarah's room and my parents' room are down the hall. Oh, poor Sarah. On the other end of the house. Keep in mind, Sarah's the oldest, too. I led the way down the hall. Besides me, Sarah was going on and on about all the trouble she had with the painting and how she'd solved the problems. I remember that cabin so well, Dad said. It had really high beams one could swing off of, and all their troubles would be over, and they wouldn't have to deal with a horrible wife and even worse, kids. What's that, honey? Nothing. I was just talking about the architecture of that beautiful, beautiful wood. Poor Dad. I can't wait to see the painting, Mom added. I stepped into Sarah's room and clicked on the light. Then I turned to the easel by the window and held the painting. And I let out a scream of horror. Chapter 2. My mouth dropped open in shock, and I stared at the painting, unable to speak. When Sarah saw it, she let out a shriek. I don't believe it! Who did that? She screamed. Someone had painted a yellow and black smiley face on the corner of her painting. It's just the corner. Not even the full, over the front of it. Goofy, sad Goofy is Amy's dad. Well, he sounds so goddamn sad all the time. Everything this character said before he switched his voice. So we can expect that at one point the dummy will ruin a painting and frame the main girl. Yeah, that sounds like where they're going with it. That's like every doll / dummy movie. Like right off the top of my head, the second Child's Play, when Charles writes "fuck you, bitch" on Andy's second grade homework. Chapter 2. Someone had painted a black and white smiley face on the corner of the painting, right in the middle of the black rock cliff. Mom and Dad stepped up to the easel, fretful expressions on their faces. They studied the smiley face and then turned to Jed. He burst out laughing. Do you like it? He asked innocently. Jed, how could you? Sarah exploded. I'll kill you. I really will. I think Sarah's got some unresolved anger issues. The painting was too dark, Jed explained with a shrug. I wanted to brighten it up. She... But... My sister sputtered. She balled her hands into fists, shook them at Jed, and uttered out a loud cry of rage. Jed, what were you doing in Sarah's room? Mom demanded. Sarah doesn't like for anyone to go into her Sarah doesn't like for anyone to go into her precious room without a written invitation. Young man, you know you're never allowed to touch your sister's paintings. I can paint too, Jed replied. I'm a good painter. Then do your own painting, Sarah snapped. Don't sneak into here and mess up my work. I didn't sneak, he insisted, and sneered at Sarah. I was just trying to help. You were not, Sarah screamed, angrily tossing her black hair over her shoulder. You ruined my painting. Your painting reeks. So I guess we get to hear the word reeks 20 times now. Can't just blow you. Gotta build up to the gay. I was promised gay puppets. Slow burn. No, remember, because we gotta go through the first 20 chapters of this stupid shit before we get to anything even remotely resembling any type of horror. Enough, Mom shouted. She grabbed Jed by both shoulders. Look at me. You don't seem to understand how serious this is. This is the worst thing you've ever done. Jed's smile finally faded. I took another glance at the ugly smiley face as he slopped onto Sarah's watercolor. Since he's the baby in the family, Jed thinks he can get away with anything, but I knew that this time he had gone really too far. After all, Sarah's the star of the family. She's the talented one. I think that's the golden child. The one with the painting that hung in the museum. Messing with Sarah's precious painting was bound to get Jed into major trouble. Sarah was so stuck up about her paintings. A few times, I even thought about painting something funny. Whoa, what the fuck is... Just because she's happy with her paintings and is talented, you guys are thinking about destroying something that she loves? This family is awful. Worse what I did in the coffee pot. The what? Oh, Mr. Crowley, I apologize. Oh my god. But of course, I only thought about it. I would never do anything. That's horrible. You don't have to be jealous of your sister's work. Oh, sorry, this is Dad again. You don't have to be jealous of your sister's work. Dad was telling Jed, we're all talented in this family. Oh, sure, Jed muttered. He has this weird habit. Whenever he's in trouble, he doesn't say he's sorry. Instead, he gets really angry. That's a narcissist thing. Just so you know, their main character. I forgot your name already. What's your talent, Dad? Jed demanded, sneering. Hello, Shadow. Love you too. Hope everybody's having a good day. Dad's jaw tightened. He narrowed his eyes at Jed. We're not discussing me, he said in a low voice, but I'll tell you. My talent is Chinese cooking. There are all kinds of talents, Jed. Dad be like grr. I mean, if he does it well, it's like that is a talent. I have tried to make Chinese cooking by myself and it did not go well. So good on him. I tried to make pineapple fried rice and it just did not turn out very good at all. It was Dad's biggest talent is having kids. We're not discussing me. Dad quietly hides the concealed gun on his belt. Oh, so Dad's secretly a serial killer. Maybe this is like a Dexter Morgan thing where he's pretending to be like a nerdy, unassuming guy, and then he has slides hidden in one of the walls. If this was set in modern days, this family would be a toxic family YouTube. Yeah, they sure would, wouldn't they? This is definitely a YouTube video that somebody watches on occasion. It's like, this family's so funny. I don't know how they come up with these. Dad considers himself a master of the wok. Once or twice a week, he'll chop up a bunch of vegetables into little pieces and fries them up in an electric wok Mom got him for Christmas. We pretend it tastes great. So Sarah really is apparently the only talented one in the family. Why are they being so mean to the dad? Amy's dad's the ventriloquist hunter. He's like, not in this family. No point in hurting Dad's feelings. I mean, he's already on the edge to begin with. Is Jed gonna be punished or not? Sarah demanded in a shrill voice. She had opened her box of watercolor paints and was rolling a brush in the black. And then she began to paint over the smiley face with furious, quick strokes. Yes, Jed is gonna be punished, Mom replied, glaring at him. Jed lowered his eyes to the floor. He's going to apologize to Sarah. We all waited. It took Jed a while, but he finally managed to mutter, "Sorry, Sarah." He started to leave the room, but Mom grabbed his shoulders again and pulled him back. Not so fast, Jed, she told him. Your punishment is you can't go to the movies with Josh and Matt on Saturday, and no video games for a week. Mom, give me a break, Jed whined. What you did was really bad, Mom said sternly. Maybe this punishment will make you realize how horrible it was. But I have to go to the movies, Jed protested. Well, you can't, Mom replied. And no arguing, or I'll add on to your punishment. Now go to your room. These kids are the fucking worst. He always uses some kind of mystery meat. It's just hot dogs. It's like, Dad, I think you're supposed to put like chicken or something, not sandwich meat in here. This is weird. I don't think it's enough punishment, Sarah said, dabbing away her painting. Keep out of it, Sarah, even though you're the victim in this. Yeah, keep out of it, Jed muttered. He stomped out of the room and down the long hallway. Oh, you're right, Adam muttered is going to be the other one that we see repeatedly. Dad sighed. He swept a hand back over his bald head. Wow, Dad's catching a lot of strays in this this chapter. Family sharing night is over, he said sadly. I stayed in Sarah's room and watched her repair the painting for a while. She kept tisking and shaking her head. I have to make the rocks much darker or the paint won't cover that stupid smiley face, she explained unhappily. But if I make the rocks darker, I have to change the sky and the whole balance is ruined. I think it looks pretty good, I told her, trying to cheer her up. How could Jed do that? Sarah demanded, dipping her brush into the water jar. How could he sneak in here and totally destroy a work of art? I was feeling sorry for Sarah, but that remark made me lose all sympathy. I mean, why couldn't you just call it a watercolor painting? Why did she have to call it a work of art? Because it's a work of art. It's an art piece that she did. It's a work of art. I know that's a phrase saying that it's like a stunning piece, but come on. It's still a work of art. I'm starting to think R.L. Stine just hated everyone now. Let's cut off his pinky finger. Well, I think what he does is just he's doing that thing where he repeats words that he knows kids will understand or ones that they'll learn, like muttered, riot. What was the other one? Reeks. Like he'll pick words every single book and just repeats them. I'm trying to think of other words that we have come across before. How dare you feel pride in your talent? And he does, I think what he was trying to do anyway is to get into the kids' psyche, like kids that they can relate to. I don't know. I don't remember being this much of an asshole when I was 12, but maybe I was and I just don't remember it. He had a word of the day calendar. Exactly. This was the 90s. I'm shocked he didn't say rad or something. Radical. Cowabunga. I'm trying to think of tubular. Goosebumps for you, SAT vocabulary requirements, or SAT. Sometimes she's so stuck up and so in love with herself, it makes me sick. She seems kind of chill. She's just proud of her artwork. Jesus, why is everybody such an asshole to her? God forbid somebody loves what they do, like their talent. Sorry, I just noticed that I was off to the side because I kept moving it. Ooh, there we go. I turned and left the room. She didn't even notice. I went down the hall to my room and called my friend Margot. We talked for a while about stuff, and we made plans to get together the next day. As I talked on the phone, I could hear Jed in his room next door. He was pacing back and forth, tossing things around, making a lot of noise. Yeah, Jed has a lot of issues. He has anger issues, and he's possibly a narcissist the way he's talking. Or some of the things he did. Sometimes I spell the word Jed B-R-A-T. Sick burn there. Margot's dad made her get off the phone. He's real strict. He never lets her talk for more than 10 to 15 minutes. What? Did he have to get on the internet to talk with his buddies on, God, what they were called? Chat rooms? I'm sorry, I was trying to remember what the term was. I wandered into the kitchen and made myself a bowl of Frosted Flakes, my favorite late night snack. When I was a little kid, I used to have a bowl of cereal every night before bed, and I just never got out of the habit. I rinsed out the bowl and said goodnight to Mom and Dad and went to bed. It was a warm spring night. I'm so glad that they're informing us of all this. I remember being that much of an asshole. Oh, do you? Okay, so maybe I just don't remember it. Hello, Skullface, by the way. I still say rad. That was just something that I picked up and never got rid of. A soft breeze fluttered the curtains over the window. Pale light from the half moon filled the window and spilled onto the floor. I fell into a deep sleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. A short while later, something woke me up, but I'm not sure what. Still half asleep, I blinked my eyes open and raised myself onto my pillow. I struggled to see clearly. The curtains flapped over the window. I felt as though I was still asleep, dreaming. But what I saw in the window snapped me awake. The curtains billowed, then lifted away, and in the silvery light I saw a face, an ugly, gritting face in my bedroom window, staring at me through the darkness. Bold diabetes. I used to really like Lucky Charms. That was Lucky Charms was my shit. I loved that. It's your weapon now. Use it use it wisely. I said something was totally wizard once, and it physically hurt this dude older than me. I've never heard that. That's really cute. You think they'll hit us with the same fake out they did in the last book? Oh, absolutely. That's all it's gonna be. It's gonna be fake out after fake out at the end of each chapter until like the last chapter when it's like, psych, it's been this the whole time, or it's been exactly what we were hinting at the whole time. Chapter 3. The curtains flapped again. The face didn't move. Who? I choked out, squeezing the sheet to my chin. The eyes stared at me, cold, unblinking eyes, dummy eyes. Oh, Dennis. Dennis stared blankly at me, his wide eyes catching the glow of the moonlight. I let out an angry roar. Rah! Tossed off the sheet and bolted out of my bed to the window. I pushed away the curtains and grabbed Dennis's head off the window ledge. Who put you there? I demanded, as if he's gonna answer. Holding the head between my hands. Who did it, Dennis? I heard soft laughter behind me from the hallway. I flew across the room, the head still in my hands, and I pulled open my bedroom door. Jed held his hand over his mouth, muffling his laughter. Gotcha, he whispered gleefully. You think this little bastard would know, hey, maybe you should back off on the pranks because you got in a lot of trouble last time. You don't get to go see, what's a 90s movie? House Party 2, Electric Boogaloo. Now you gotta stay home. I can't remember if that was the 90s or not, my bad. Jed, you creep, I cried. I let the dummy head drop to the floor. Then I grabbed Jed's pajama pants with both hands, jerked them up as high as I could, nearly to his chin. Oh, she gave him an atomic wedgie. He let out a gasp of pain and stumbled back against the wall. Why did you do that? I demanded in an angry whisper. Why did you put the dummy head on my window ledge? Jed tugged his pajama pants back into place. To pay you back, he muttered. Me? I shrieked. I didn't do anything to you. What did I do? You didn't stick up for me, he grumbled, scratching his red curly hair. His eyes narrowed at me. You didn't say anything to help me out. You know about Sarah's paintings. Excuse me, I cried. How can I help you out? What can I say? You could have said it was no big deal, Jed replied. But it was a big deal, I told him. You know how serious... Oh my god, we're still talking about the fucking painting. I'm sorry, Jed, but you deserve to be punished. You really do. He stared at me across the dim hallway, thinking about what I'd say, and then an evil smile spread over his freckled face. I hope I didn't scare you too much, Amy. Oh god, he's a little psycho. Like, he needs to be sent to a boy camp or something. He's too much of a boy for crazy town. Too crazy for boys town. The child was an outcast. He then picked up Dennis's head off the carpet and tossed it at me. I caught it with one hand. Go to sleep, Jed, I told him, and don't mess with Dennis again. I stepped back into my room and closed the door. I tossed Dennis's head into the pile of clothes on my desk chair. Then I climbed wearily back into bed. So much trouble around here tonight, I thought, shutting my eyes, trying to relax. So much trouble. 2 days later, Dad brought home a present for me, a new ventriloquist dummy, and that's when the real trouble begins. Just kidding. We still have 15 chapters of just milling about. Isn't the story supposed to be about a puppet? It would be cool if Slappy took over a human body. You know, I saw the first Goosebumps movie, and I really enjoyed it. I thought that was a very cute way for them to do it. I haven't seen the sequel, and I haven't seen, what is it, is it a show? With David Schwimmer? Maybe the living dummy is the dad. The living dummy is absolutely the dad. Chapter 4. Margot came over the next afternoon. Margot is real tiny, sort of like a mini person. If she's a little person, just say she's a little person. A mini person. Alright. She has a tiny face and is very pretty, with bright blue eyes and delicate features. Her blonde hair is... So is this Margot Robbie? Are you friends with Margot Robbie before she was Margot Robbie? That's not fair. Her blonde hair was very light and very fine. She let it grow this year. It's just about down to her tiny little waist. Are you friends with a literal fairy? She's like, oh, by the way, she can fly and she's about yay big. A tiny face. I know, right? Wahoo! Give him a mushroom. She's nearly a foot shorter than me, and even though we both turned 12 in February, she's... Oh, I read that wrong. The way I read it, I thought she was going to say, even though we turned 12 in February, she's very smart and popular. I was like, what does that have to do with turning 12? She just says she's very smart and very popular, but the boys like to make fun of her soft, whispery voice. Today she was wearing bright blue tank top tucked into white tennis shorts. I bought the new Beatles collection, she told me as she stepped into the house. She held up a CD box. Margot loves the Beatles. She doesn't listen to any of the new groups. All she has are Beatles albums. I mean, good for her. They got some bangers, so sure. I liked the Jack Black Goosebumps movie. I did too. I thought it was cute. I haven't seen, like I said, I haven't seen the sequel. I kind of shied away from it when I saw the previews. I was like, I didn't even know there was a sequel. To be fair, I didn't know there was a sequel until like a couple weeks ago when I was perusing Disney Plus. Or was it Disney Plus or was it? Well, whatever. One of the streaming ones had it. She has Beatles, and she also has Beatles posters all over her walls in her room. We went to my room and put on the CD. Margot settled on the bed, and I sprawled on the carpet across from her. My dad almost didn't let me come over, Margot told me, pushing her long hair beside her shoulders. He thought he might need me to go work at the restaurant. You're 14. My dad needs me for child labor. Marco's dad owns a huge restaurant downtown called the Party House. It's not really a restaurant. Yeah, I think I know what type of establishment the Party House is, actually. He just tells his daughter that it's a restaurant. No, honey, you can't come by at night. The Party House is only for grown-ups. It's a big old house filled with enormous rooms where people can hold parties. Yeah. All right. Like I said, it's one of those places. A lot of people have birth. It's like the golden banana. But it can't be that on the nose. That's still my favorite strip joint name I've ever freaking heard. The funniest thing I've ever heard. I hope you're still there wherever you are. Wherever that was. Michigan? I don't remember where Beg took place. A lot of kids have birthday parties that... Whoa! Hopefully that's during the day. And you... And there are bar mitzvahs and confirmations and wedding receptions there too. No, there isn't. That's just what they're telling you. Dad, can I dance on the stage at the house party? No. I have to look on the floor. I have to look to the floor every time he lets me in. Wow, this dad is gaslighting the hell out of these kids. He's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of appropriate things going on in here. No, you can't go in during the day or night. No, you can't look up while you're there. If you're scrubbing the floors, you keep scrubbing the floors. Imagine having a bar mitzvah at a party house. It'd be like the best bar mitzvah ever. You're turning into a man there. Come on. Just call it a banquet hall. Yeah, you think that's what he would call it if that's what if that's what it actually was, which makes me think it's what we all think it is when we heard the name. Party room is so ominous. Yeah, that's kind of a good point there, Haley. Sometimes there are 6 parties going on at once. Jesus. Yeah, I bet. There's a lot of parties going on in the party house. One Beatles song ended in the next song, Love Me Do, started up. I like that song. I love this song. I like it too, Margot. Margot exclaimed. She sang along with it for a while. I tried to sing with her, but I'm totally tone deaf. As my dad says, I can't carry a tune in a wheelbarrow. It's not very nice. Whoa. I'm glad you didn't have to work today, I told Margot. Me too, Margot sighed. Dad always gives me the worst jobs. I bet he does. Oh, good. It's appropriate things. Cleaning No, don't make her clean the tables. Ugh. Putting away dishes or wrapping up garbage. Don't let her touch the garbage either. What are you doing? Just let her put the dishes away. That's all she can do after they've been washed. She started singing again and then stopped. She sat up on the bed. Amy, I almost forgot. Dad may have a job for you. Run! Run, Amy! Don't trust him. He wanted me to ask if you ever wanted to be a TV star. Shut up, Rapuka. Ugh. Excuse me, I replied. Like what, wrapping up garbage bags? I don't think so, Margot. No, listen, Margot pleaded excitedly in her mouse-like voice. It's a good job. Dad has a bunch of birthday parties coming up for teeny tiny kids. 2-year-olds, maybe 3 or 4-year-olds, and he thought you could entertain them. Huh? I stared at my friend. I still didn't understand. What, you mean like sing or something? Oh, no. At least it's not the bathroom. My sister says G or PG only. Here we go, Jaws. Oh, that's right. Jaws invented. That is I forgot all about the PG-13. That's always a fun. That's always a fun. thing or stuff to read about, like the inventions of other inventions, the introductions to new parental things, because like going from G or PG to R a little difficult, because aren't some kids movies in the 80s, kids movies quote unquote, really like that 13 or that PG is really holding strong. Okay, I lost my place. No, with Dennis! Margot explained. She twisted a lock of hair around her fingers and bobbed her head in time with the music as she talked. Dad saw you with Dennis at the 6th grade talent night. He was really impressed. Oh, God. Is she gonna... Oh, no. He just wants you to do an interview. Yes, you have to come at night, though. And he said I'm not allowed to come. And he says nobody else is allowed to go except you. It's really weird, but I don't understand why. But I told him I'd asked him. Night Trap was the game responsible for modern game. Oh, it was such fake outrage. And I plan on doing a video about Night Trap, by the way. Did I ever get that? I did. I don't know if I ever showed you guys this, but since you brought it up, I have to show you before I forget. So limited run games, for those of you who don't know, they're able, I guess they're just able to buy IPs for super cheap, or maybe they fell into the public domain, so they're able to swipe them up and make special editions. And I could have gotten the actual game Night Trap, but I technically already have it. So instead, they had this, which I thought was hysterical, for the Game Boy Advance. And it's just the, like, you can't actually play it, it's just the FMV, but still, but it's in the works. I'm debating on whether or not I want to create like a new segment for these type of horror games. The FMV, what was it like Philips CDI or some shit like that? I can't remember exactly what they were. Or if I'll just, I probably won't, because I'm already working on, or I'm still brainstorming the shot on video segment stuff that I want to do. But yeah, I thought that was a really cool collection thing. I was like, well, I gotta have that. Probably never open it, probably never play it, but I thought it was really, really neat. And the PC, okay. The only other one I know of is plumbers don't wear ties. Like, I know like the other horror ones, but the non-horror one, that's the only one I'm aware of. And some war one where you get yelled at a lot by who was it? It was a semi-famous actor, but I can't remember who it was. FMV Hell, or was that what Spoonie called his segment? I can't remember. God, I miss Spoonie. I actually had a bit of a crush on him back in the day. Speak out about censorship and how age ratings never make any sense. Oh, yeah, it really doesn't. Plumbers Don't Wear Ties is a masterpiece. It is a good one, I'll give it that. He was really impressed. I was terrible that night, I replied. Well, my dad didn't think so. He wonders if you would like to come to the birthday parties and put on a show with Dennis. The little kids will love it. He said he'd even pay you. Wow, that's cool, I replied. What an exciting idea. And then I remembered something. I jumped to my feet and crossed the room and held up Dennis's head. One small problem, I groaned. Margot let go of her hair and made a sick face. His head? Why'd you take off his head? You're kind of weird, Amy. Thrill Kill. That's a good one too. That's the one with Chris. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. Because I was like, I know once I hear the name, I'll remember it. It's been a minute since I've I would like to eventually talk about those. I want to find them, but since they become so popular, they went from being super cheap online to be relatively pricey. So it's one of those things I was like, I'm going to have to budget something to pick these guys up. Shingo is playing Ninja Gaiden, is he? Hello, Shingo, if you ever watched this back in the back in the archives. I didn't take off his head, I replied. It fell off. Every time I use Dennis, his head falls off. Oh, Margot uttered a disappointed sigh. The head looks weird all by itself. I don't think little kids would like it if it fell off. Yeah, I don't think so either, I agreed. It might frighten them or something, Margot said. You know, give them nightmares, make them think their own head might fall off. Yes, we get it, Margot. Jeez. Dennis is totally wrecked, and Dad promised he'd buy me a new dummy, but he hasn't been able to find one. Too bad, Margot replied. You'd have fun performing for the kids. We listened to more Beatles music, then Margot had to go home. A few minutes later, she left. Yeah, you already... Okay. I heard the front door slam. Amy, are you home? I heard Dad call from the living room. Coming, I called. I made my way to the front of the house. Dad stood in the entryway, a long carton under his arm, a smile on his face. This is quite literally the beginning of Child's Play. A good guy doll! I knew it! I knew you'd get one for me! He handed the carton to me. Happy on birthday, he exclaimed. Dad, is it? I cried. I tore open the carton. Yes! A new dummy! I lifted him carefully out of the carton. The dummy had wavy brown hair painted on top of his wooden head. I studied his face. Sorry, something just popped in my head. Slappy's like, hey, that doll's head, can I have that doll's head? I got a couple things I can do with it. Kind of intense eyes. They were bright blue, not faded like Dennis's. He had bright red painted lips curved into an eerie smile. His lower lip had a chip on one side, so it didn't quite match the other lip. As I pulled him from the box, the dummy appeared to stare into my eyes. The eyes sparkled and the grin grew wider. I felt a sudden chill. Why does this dummy seem to be laughing at me, I wondered. Bitch, you wanted a new dummy. I got a new dummy. Did someone say head? Oh, the one with Corey Haim and Arlie Ernie. Oh, yeah. I know that one, too. Yeah, Haley kind of walked into a weird one this time. I held him up, examining him carefully. He wore a gray double-breasted suit with a white shirt collar. The collar was stapled to his neck. He didn't have a shirt. Instead, his wooden chest had been painted white. Big black leather shoes were attached to the end of his thin, dangling legs. Dad, he's great! I exclaimed. We found him at a pawn shop. Mom made me pawn my walk to get it for you. Dad said, picking up the dummy's hand and pretending to shake hands with it. How do you do, Slappy? Slappy? Is that his name? That's what the man in the store said, Dad replied. He lifted Slappy's arms, examining his suit. I don't know why he sold him for so cheap. He practically gave this dummy away. I turned the dummy around and looked for the string in his back and made the mouth open and close. He's excellent, Dad, I said. I kissed my dad on the cheek. Thanks. For once you didn't fuck up, Dad. Do you really like him? Dad asked. Slappy grinned up at me. His blue eyes stared into mine. He seemed to be waiting for an answer, too. Yes, he's awesome. Well, there's awesome. Awesome, I said. I like his serious look. Or I like his serious eyes. They look so real. The eyes move, Dad said. They're not painted like on Dennis's. They don't blink, but they move from side to side. I reached my hand inside the dummy's back. How do you make his eyes move? I asked. The man showed me, Dad said. It's not hard. First you grab the string that works the mouth. Stop saying works the mouth. Jesus. I've got that, I told him. Then you move your hand up into the dummy's head. There's a little lever there. Do you feel it? Push on it. The eyes will move in the direction you push. Okay, I'll try, Dad. This is weird. Slowly, I moved my hand up inside the dummy's back, through the neck and into his head. I stopped and let out a startled cry as my hand hit something soft. Something soft and warm. His brain! Chapter 5. But Frogo just also cursed. What does he say? It's like the Frogo also, or contains potassium, or sodium potassium, something like that. He's like, that's bad. Can I go now? It's one of my favorite. Get your choice of topics. It's one of my favorite back and forth with Homer and just a random character. Chapter 5. Oh, I uttered a sick moan and jerked my hand out as fast as I could. I could still feel the warm, soft mush on my fingers. Amy, what's wrong? Dad cried. His brains! I choked out, feeling my stomach lurch. What are you talking about? Dad grabbed the dummy from my hands. He turned it over and reached into the back. I covered my mouth with both hands and watched him reach into the head, and his eyes widened in surprise. He struggled with something, then pulled out his hands. Yuck, yuck, I groaned. What is that? Dad stared down at the mushy green and purple brown object in his hand. Looks like someone left a sandwich in there. What? I guess Slappy was used as someone's lunchbox at one point. The latest in ventriloquist technology. A sandwich. That was the best that R.L. Stine could do. Why'd you just say a mouse? Well, I guess you couldn't say the mouse might have bitten the kid or something, so maybe that's why they're like, no, it's a random sandwich. Yuck! I repeated, holding my note. Wait, how did the guy, or maybe he put it in there on purpose. He's like, God, this guy is so annoying. He keeps coming in here and pawning his walk and then coming back the next week and coming back with it. Slappy was used, alright. Gross. It's all molded and rotten. It must have been in there for months. It really stinks. Why would someone leave a sandwich in a dummy's head? Beats me, Dad replied, shaking his head, and it looks like there's wormholes in it. Yuck! We both cried in unison. Dad handed Slappy back to me. It's your problem now, kid. Then we hurried to the kitchen to get rid of the rotted, moldy sandwich. I heard him run the garbage disposal, then I heard water running as he washed his hands. A few seconds later, Dad returned to the living room, drying his hands on a dish towel. Maybe we should examine Slappy closely, he suggested. We don't want any more surprises. How did the guy who was selling how did they not, first of all, how did you not smell it? And second, how did the guy, when he was showing him how to move the eyes, not feel that? Wasn't that a thing in the first book, pulling something in its head to activate the curse, or did I imagine that? I don't remember. Was it something in the head that was accidentally pulled out? Like a piece of paper or something? I can't remember. Look, I got too focused on the gay puppet aspect of it, so I remember nothing once the puppets got caught mid-bang in the last one. I carried Slappy to the kitchen and we stretched him out on the counter. Dad examined the dummy's shoes carefully. They were attached to the legs and didn't come off. I put my finger to the dummy's chin and moved the mouth up and down. Then I checked the wooden hands. I unbuttoned the gray suit and studied the dummy's painted shirt. Patches of the white paint had chipped and cracked, but everything was okay. You guys are supposed to look inside. Inside! Where you're sticking your hands. Everything looks fine to me. He nodded, and then he smelled his fingers. I guess he hadn't washed away all the stink from the rotten sandwich. Dad's gonna sit in his car sit in the garage in his car while it's on and just smell his fingers and remember Slappy before he drifts off to sleep. Nothing in his pockets but knives and lint. You were drunk and just imagined it? You guys are so funny. Then, as I was buttoning up the jacket, something caught my eye. Something yellow. A slip of paper poking up from the jacket pocket. Oh, that's what it was. I think she said a spell or something. It's probably a sales receipt, I thought. But when I pulled the yellow square out, I found strange writing on it. Weird words in a language I'd never seen before. I squinted hard at the paper and read the words out loud. Oh, okay. So you were close, man. Here we go. It's not the child's play, though. Give me the power, I beg of you. Karu, Mari, Odana Loma, sorry. I wonder if this is... No, this seems like just gibberish. I was about to say, I was like, maybe this is another language, but this is probably just gibberish. Karu, Mari, Odana, Loma, Lonu, Corrado. I wonder what that means, I thought. And then I glanced down at Slappy's face, and I saw his red lips twitch, and I saw one eye slowly close in a wink. Dad! I shuddered. Oh, chapter 6, by the way. Slappy and you know what? Maybe? It's like the lamest eldritch horror. I always have trouble with that word. Alright, before I continue on, because they're just fucking with us. Ain't no way anything's gonna be happening this early in this book. Can I just open the... Oh, no, it's stuck. Alright, fine. I just drink it the old, slow way. I wanted to just open it and drink it with, like... But it's super duper sealed on. God damn. Oh, fucking hell. I mean, at least it doesn't leak. Not bad for, like, a $5 thing. I was super thirsty. Okay. He moved, I cried. He winked at me. Dad came over the counter wiping his hands. I told you, Amy, he can't blink, only move from side to side. No, I insisted. He winked. His lips twitched and he winked. Mecca like a hi, mecca hiney ho. Oh, man. We've lost so many people from Pee-wee's Playhouse. I'm gonna be super sad when Miss Yvonne goes, because she's on the older side too. The most beautiful woman in all of Puppetland. Dad frowned and picked up the dummy's head in both hands and raised it to examine it. Well, maybe the eyelids are loose, he said. I can see if I can tighten them up, maybe take a screwdriver. But Dad didn't finish his sentence because the dummy swung his wooden hand up and hit Dad in the side of the head. Ow, Dad cried, dropping the dummy back onto the counter. Dad grabbed his cheek. Amy, stop. That hurt. Me? I shrieked. I didn't do it. He glared at me, rubbing his cheek. It had turned bright red. The dummy did it, I insisted. I didn't touch him, Dad. I didn't move his hand. That's not funny, Dad muttered. You know I don't like practical jokes. I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came out. I decided I'd better just shut up. Of course, Dad didn't believe that the dummy had slapped him. I didn't believe it myself. Dad must have pulled too hard when he was examining the head. Dad jerked the hand up without realizing it. I mean, that's how I explained it to myself. What other explanation could there be? Duh, it's a haunted doll that you've activated. Mr. Wood knows all about Slappy moving side to side. I did not hit him. I did not. Oh, hi, Slappy. I apologized to Dad. Then we washed Slappy's face with a damp sponge. We cleaned him up and sprayed disinfectant inside his head. Would that burn? Would that burn Slappy? Because now that he's awake, or can he even... Oh, hi, Slappy. Or can he not feel pain? I don't know how this works, because this might, again, circling back to Child's Play. Maybe this is like how he doesn't necessarily feel pain, but the longer he's activated without Question mark. I don't remember what his point even was. I don't remember what his mission was. If he even had one. Did they even mention anything about him? Anything that he was supposed to do besides being an asshole occasionally? Ruining 12-year-olds' lives, I guess. He was starting to look pretty good. I thanked Dad again and hurried to my room. I sat Slappy down on the chair besides Dennis. Which part of Dennis? Just his head or just his body? Because either scenario is going to be hysterical to me. He has powers. He's just kind of an asshole. Then I phoned Margot. I got a new dummy, I told her excitedly. I can perform for the kids' birthday parties at the party house. That's great, Amy, Margot exclaimed. Now all you need is an act. Oh shit, she was right. I need jokes. Lots of jokes. You're gonna be... No, you don't. He just said... She said in a previous chapter, you're gonna be doing this for 5-year-olds. You just make a lot of noises and make stupid faces and the kids will like it. Or 2 to 3-year-olds, sorry. They're babies. They can barely pay attention as long as it's bright, colorful, and they can, like, dance. They'll be fine. You don't need jokes. I need a long comedy act. 5 to 10 minutes tops, because those kids are gonna lose attention if you're not Bluey. Or, wait, 90s. If you're not Barney and or Teletubbies, because I remember those being really popular when I was a little kid. Well, not a little kid, but like a littler kid. The next day after school, I hurried to the library. I took out every joke book I could find. Isn't this what happened last time? I carried them home and studied them. I wrote down all the jokes I thought I could use with Slappy. After dinner, I should have been doing my homework, but instead I practiced with Slappy. I sat in front of the mirror and watched myself with him. I tried so hard to speak clearly, but not move my lips, and I tried hard to move Slappy's mouth so that it really looked as if he were talking. Working on his mouth and moving his eyes at the same time was pretty hard, but after a while it became easier. I tried some knock-knock jokes with Slappy. I thought the little kids would like those. Knock, knock, Slappy. I made Slappy say. Who's there? I asked him, staring into his eyes as if they were really talking to me. Jane, he said. Jane who? I said. Jane York Jones. You stink. Change your clothes, you stink. Jane, your clothes. I practiced each joke over and over, watching myself in the mirror. I wanted to be a really good ventriloquist. I wanted to be excellent. I wanted to be as good as Slappy, or as good with Slappy as Sarah is with her paints. I practiced some more knock-knock jokes and some jokes about animals, jokes I thought little kids would find funny. I'll try them on family sharing night, I decided. It'll make Dad happy to see how hard I'm working with Slappy. At least I know Slappy's head won't fall off. I glanced across the room at Dennis. He looked so sad and forlorn, crumpled in the chair, his head tilted nearly sideways on his shoulders. Oh my god. Apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? Oh my god. Women be shopping! I was captivated by Slappy's eyes. I had to have him. I practiced some more knock-knock jokes, blah, blah. Some jokes, blah, 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 blah. Oh, poor thing. Then I propped Slappy up and turned back. Oh. Turn that off before that goes off. Then I propped Slappy up and turned back to the mirror. Knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock. Who's there? Wayne Hoon. Wayne, go, come again another day. Who's there? Stein really went back to the wall. This is like exactly, I know, that's what I was just saying. Oh, God. Who's there, Crowley? Aw, thank you, Shadow. You're very sweet. Man, my eyes are killing me. It's gotta be sitting in the dark. This family is slightly worse. Ooh, that's a tough one, because both of these families really blow. On Thursday night, I was actually eager to finish dinner so that sharing night could begin. I couldn't wait to show my family my new act with Slappy. We had spaghetti for dinner. I like spaghetti, but Jed always ruins it. He's so gross. He sat across the table from me and he kept opening his mouth wide, showing me a mouthful of chewed up spaghetti. What? These parents need to do something. Why are you letting your kid act like this? He's just terrorizing the other Message Retracted who? Then he'd laugh because he cracked himself up, and spaghetti sauce would run down his chin. Gross. Chris Hansen, why don't you have a seat over there? God damn it. Why don't you have a seat? Good God. Okay. By the time dinner was over, Jed had spaghetti sauce smeared all over his face and all over the what was he just eating? Like face down and just rubbing his face across the his parents just let this happen, huh? Ugh. And all over the tablecloth around his plate. No one seemed to notice. Well, Mom and Dad just kind of seemed... They're checked out at this point. All of their attention is on Sarah. Mom and Dad were too busy listening to Sarah brag about her grades, for a change. Report cards were being handed out tomorrow. Sarah was sure she was getting all A's. I was sure too. Sure I wasn't getting all A's. I'd be lucky to get a C in math. I really messed up the last 2 tests. I probably wasn't going to do well in science either. My weather balloon project fell apart, so I hadn't handed it in yet. I finished my spaghetti and mopped up some of the leftover sauce with a hunk of bread. Then I glanced up. When I glanced up, Jed had stuck 2 carrot sticks into his nose. Amy, check it out. I'm a walrus, he cried, grinning. He let out a few irks and clapped his hands together like a walrus. Isn't that more of a seal? Well, I guess walruses could do the same thing. Did they say how old Judd is? I'm imagining him somewhere between 6 and 23. I think they said he was 10. I think they said he just turned 10 or something like that. But it would be funnier if he was like a 19-year-old asshole just living at home, picking on his tween siblings. It's like, dude, get a job, get a mortgage. What are you doing? Like you're a grown up. Get a Costco membership, you weirdo. Jed, stop that, Mom cried sharply. Finally, she's paying attention. She made a disgusted face. Get those out of your nose. Now make them eat it, Mom. Okay, that was my thought, too. I was like, make him eat it. Jed stuck his tongue out at me. It was orange from the spaghetti sauce. Look at you. You're a mess, Mom shouted at Jed. Go get cleaned up now and wash the sauce off your face. Jed groaned, but he climbed to his feet and headed to the bathroom. Did he eat anything or did he just rub it all over himself? Dad had some sauce on his chin too, but I didn't say anything. You interrupted me, Sarah said impatiently. I was telling you about the state art contest, remember? I sent my flower painting in for that. Oh yes, Mom replied. Have you heard anything from the judges? I didn't listen to Sarah's reply. My mind wandered. I wanted to start thinking again about how bad my report card was going to be. I had to force myself to think about something else. I'll clear the dishes, I announced. I started to stand up, but I stopped with a startled cry when I saw the short figure creep in the living room. A dummy! My dummy! He was crawling across the room! Again, get the kids to turn the page, I guess, between 4 and 20. The precursor to mukbangs is a family dinner. right, chapter 7. We're just moseying along. We're already in chapter 7. Especially that first chapter seemed to last forever. Okay, chapter 7. I let out another cry, and I pointed to the living room with a trembling finger. Mom! Dad! I stammered. Sarah was still talking about the art competition, but she turned to see what everyone was gaping at. The dummy's head popped out from around the armchair. It's Dennis! I cried. I heard a muffled laughter. Jed's muffled laughter. Yeah, no fuck it. He left the room. Why? You guys are so easily fooled. The hell it isn't, Rapugo. It's bad to be fooled that easily. The dummy reached out both hands and pulled off his own head, and Jed's head popped up through the green turtleneck. He still had spaghetti sauce smeared on his cheeks. He was laughing hard. Everyone else started to laugh too. Everybody but me. Jed had really frightened me. He had pulled the neck of his sweater way up over his head and then tucked Dennis's wooden head inside the turtleneck. Jed was so short and thin, it really looked as if Dennis were creeping into the room. Why don't you get your super tiny fairy friend Margot to do it? Jesus. Stop laughing! I shouted at my family. This isn't funny. I think it's very funny, Mom cried. What a crazy thing to think of. Our family, the super talented ones. Very clever, Dad added. It's not clever, I insisted. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I glared furiously at my brothers. I always knew you were a dummy, I screamed. Why is she getting so mad? She was about to toss this other fucking dummy out the window because she got the bright shiny one. The only one she hasn't had is because Slappy keeps humping its head. It's like better the doll's head than me, am I right, guys? High five. It was weird. Amy, you were really scared, Sarah accused. You nearly dropped your teeth? You nearly dropped your teeth. Not true, I sputtered. I knew it was Dennis. I mean, Jed. Now everyone started laughing at me. I convinced this family a bunch of assholes. It's just a tiny gremlin child. Is it Jed? Of course it's gotta be Jed. I love how everybody has to feign, oh my god, what could it be in the chat? Nice family, huh? I agree. I climbed to my feet and walked around the table and shook Dennis's head away from Jed. Don't go in my room, I told him through clenched teeth, and don't mess with my stuff. I stomped away and put the dummy's head back on in my room. It was just a joke, Amy, I heard Sarah call after me. Yeah, it was just a joke, Jed repeated nastily. Ha ha, I shouted back at them. What a riot. Honestly, when I bought this, and I swear to God, I thought for a second I accidentally bought Night of the Living Dummy again, because it sounded so goddamn familiar to the first one until I realized, wait, I was like, the last time it wasn't two girls and a little boy. So I was like, okay, at least there's that. My anger had faded away by the time we started family sharing night. We said, so she's real forgiving of her family laughing at her getting stressed out by her brother, like, destroying her shit. Does she have dentures? That's why I had to reread it, because I thought I read it wrong. We settled in the living room, taking our usual places. Mom volunteered to go first. She told a funny story about something that had happened at work. Mom works in a fancy women's clothing store downtown. She told us about a really big woman who came into the store and insisted on trying only the tiny sizes. Making fun of people who weigh more than me is hilarious, everybody. Fucking 90s. The woman ripped every piece of clothing she tried on and then bought them all. They're not for me, the woman explained. They're for my sister. I don't get the joke. We all laughed. But I was surprised Mom told that story because Mom is pretty chubby, and she's very sensitive about it. Jesus. Mom worked in a horse glue factory. That would have been better. Though I would still be kind of confused as why somebody would come into a horse glue factory asking to try on dresses. She's about as sensitive as Dad is about being bald. Dad was the next to share. He brought out his guitar and we all groaned. Dad thinks he's a great singer, but he's nearly as tone deaf as I am. Okay, are you missing the fact that he could play the guitar and sing at the same time? I wouldn't care if the person couldn't sing. If they could rock the fucking guitar, go for it. I hope he does an acoustic Ozzy Osbourne song. He loves singing all these old folk songs. Damn it. Never mind. From the 60s. There's supposed to be some kind of message in them, but Sarah, Jed, and I have no idea what he's singing about. Do an acoustic along the Watchtower. You can do that. It's got a great play Wonderwall. Oh, you know what? I was gonna say, wait, wasn't, but this is the 90s. That song, that's like, that came out in the 90s, right? What was it, like 95 or 6 or something like that? So like, it still counts as the 90s, late 90s, but counts. Dad strummed away. Dad strummed away and sang something about not working on Maggie's farm anymore. At least I think that's what he was saying. That sounds familiar. Is that a hint of an actual song, or they just make that shit up? Because Maggie's farm sounds familiar. We all clapped and cheered, but Dad knew we really didn't mean it. Jesus Christ. Dad's gonna open a vein tonight, because my God. You know that song? I'm gonna have to look that one up. Is it just called Maggie's Farm? I'd play it, but I'd play it just to give people an idea what it is, but I'll probably, if I do that, my stream is probably gonna get smacked. It is? Okay. I know you didn't mean it. Your messages aren't relevant in our generation, Dad. War never changes. Oh, sorry. War never changes kids. It was Jed's turn next, but he insisted that he had already shared. Dressing up like Dennis, that's what it was, he said. No one wanted to argue with him. Okay, your turn, Amy, Mom said, leaning against Dad on the couch. Dad fiddled with his glasses and settled back. I picked up Slappy and arranged him on my lap. I was feeling a little nervous. I wanted to do a good job and impress them with my new comedy act. I've been practicing all week, and I knew the jokes by heart. But as I slipped my hand into Slappy's back and found the strings, my stomach felt all fluttery. I cleared my throat and began. This is Slappy, everyone, I said. Slappy, say hi to my family. Hi to my family, I made Slappy say. I made his eyes slide back and forth. Oh, I actually hurt my eyes trying to do that. They all chuckled. This dummy is so much better, Mom commented. It pans over. It pans over to Dennis in the other room. Just. Oh, it's a Bob Dylan song. That's probably why it sounds familiar. I ain't working on thing. I can't do Bob Dylan. I don't know why I thought I could. Maggie found no more. Poor Dennis is just crying, listening to everybody. That old dummy sucks. What a waste of wood. We should throw it in the wood chipper, right, guys? He's like, what did I do? I was like, you guys don't have to get molested every night by another dummy. You can't be a little nicer to me. But it's the same old the dummy is so much better, Mom commented. But it's the same old ventriloquist, Sarah said cruelly. I glared at her. I thought her and Sarah got along. Why is it suddenly turning? Just joking, she insisted. I think that dummy reeks. I don't know how to say any other word. Tubular. Give Amy a break, Dad said sharply. I'm the one that bought it for her. Why is everybody shit talking the dummy I bought? Go ahead, Amy. I cleared my throat again. It suddenly felt very dry. Slappy and I are going to tell you some knock-knock jokes, I announced, then turned to face Slappy and made him turn his head to me. Knock-knock, I said. Knock it off, came the harsh reply. Slappy spun around to face my mom. This is quite literally beat for beat, isn't it? Hey, don't break the sofa, fatso, he rasped. Why don't you skip the french fries and have a salad for once? Oh, so he's just a fucking Instagram commenter. Slappy has an account that's locked down and has no profile picture. Huh? Mom gasped in shock. Amy, that's not funny, Dad cried angrily. And what's your problem, Baldy? Slappy shouted. Is that your head, or are you hatching an ostrich egg on your neck? That's enough, Amy, Dad cried, jumping to his feet. Stop it right now. But Dad, why don't you put an extra hole in your head and use it for a bowling ball? Slappy screamed at Dad. Your jokes are horrible, Mom exclaimed. They're hurtful and insulting. That's not funny, Amy, Dad fumed. It's not funny to hurt people's feelings. Slappy has an anime profile pic. But Dad, I replied, I didn't say any of that. It wasn't me, it was Slappy. Slappy raised his head. His red-lipped grin appeared to spread. His blue eyes sparkled. Did I mention you're all ugly? He asked. Come on, you are a haunted dummy, and those are the best insults that you could come up with, man. Just like Reddit tier insults from 13-year-olds. Chapter 8. Everyone started shouting at once. I stood up and dropped Slappy face down in the armchair. My legs were trembling. My entire body was shaking. What is going on here? I asked myself. I didn't say those things. I really didn't. But Slappy can't be talking on his own, can he? It's not funny to hurt people's families, said this family. That's a really good point. I was like, excuse me, not the exact same chapter you guys were laughing at her because she became distressed because her stupid brother fucked up her other ventriloquist dummy. And when she blushed, you laughed harder. You guys are assholes and you're mad that she's like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going nuclear on my own family. But what did that mean? Did that mean I was saying those horrible things? Saying the insulting things to my parents without even knowing it? Mom and Dad stood side by side staring at me angrily, demanding to know why I insulted him. Do you really think that was funny? Mom asked. Did you think it would hurt my feelings calling me fatso? I mean, you seem kind of pissed off. Meanwhile, Jed was sprawled on his back in the middle of the floor, giggling like a moron. He thought the whole thing was a riot. Sarah sat cross-legs against the wall, shaking her head, her black hair falling over her face. You're in major trouble, she muttered. What's your problem, Amy? She should be thanking Slappy. They should team up. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that. I turned to Mom and Dad. My hands were balled into a tight fist, and I couldn't stop shaking. You've got to believe me, I shrieked. I didn't say those things. I really didn't. Yeah, right. Slappy is the bad dude. Ched chimed in, grinning. Everybody just be quiet, Dad screamed, his face turning bright red. My mom squeezed his arm. She didn't like it when he got too angry or excited. I guess she was worried he might totally explode or something. Dad crossed his arms in front of his chest. I saw that he had a sweat stain on the chest of his polo shirt. His face was still red. The room suddenly fell silent. Amy, we're not going to believe you, Dad said softly. But, he raised his hand to silence me. You're a wonderful storyteller, Amy. Dad continued, you make up wonderful fantasies and fairy tales, but we're not going to believe this one. I'm sorry. We're not going to believe that your dummy spoke to us like that. But he did, I screamed. I felt like bursting into sobs. I bit my lip hard and tried to force them back. Dad shook his head. No, Slappy didn't insult us. You said those things, Amy. You did. And now I want you to apologize to your mother and me, and I want you to take your dummy and go to your room. He'd punch us. Is Slappy a bad enough dude to save the president? I'm surprised they let her take the doll. There was no way they'd ever believe me. I didn't even believe myself. I'm sorry, I muttered, still holding back tears. I'm really sorry. With an unhappy sigh, I lifted Slappy off the chair and I carried him around the waist so that his arms and legs dangled towards the floor. Good night, I said. I walked slowly toward my room. What about my turn? I heard Sarah ask. Sharing night is over, Dad replied grumpily. You two get lost. Leave your mom and me alone. We're gonna cry. Honey, get the Kool-Aid ready. I think tonight's the night. I didn't blame him. I stepped into my room and closed the door behind me. Then I lifted Slappy up, holding him under the shoulders. I raised his face to mine. He seemed to stare into my face. Such cold blue eyes, I thought. His bright red lips curled into that mocking smirk. The smile suddenly seemed evil. Mocking. Yes, that's what a mocking grin does. It looks like it's mocking you, thank you. As if Slappy were laughing at me. But of course that was impossible. My wild imagination was playing tricks on me, I decided. Frightening tricks. It wasn't your imagination if other people heard it, Amy. Like... Slappy was just a dummy, after all, just a hunk of painted wood. Why don't you ask Dennis how much of a hunk of painted wood he is? Bring back Dennis! I want this. I'm trying so hard to get this gay puppet story to start, and it never does. It's just a bunch of false starts. Slappy, look at all the trouble you caused me tonight, I told him. Thursday night had been awful, totally awful, but Friday turned out to be even worse. Slappy for president. They're both being sent to her room. Well, I'm gonna open up the door since she might actually hear me open the door, but I'm gonna try it. Oh. I find it hysterical that Cockatiel learned a car alarm and Hildegard has started barking. So two of my favorite noises to hear while I'm trying to take a nap. Dog barking and a car alarm. At least they sleep during the night so I don't have to worry about getting woken up in the middle of the night. Chapter 9. First I dropped my tray in the lunchroom. The trays were all wet and mine just slipped out of my hand. The plate shattered onto the floor and my lunch spilled all over my new white sneakers. Everyone in the lunchroom clapped and cheered. Was I embarrassed? Take 3 guesses. Isn't it a riot? That's a good one, Lex. See, that's something I would start saying ironically, and then eventually it would kind of just slip into my nomenclature. I was like, no, I need to get that out. Like I used to say, that's not very Cash Money of you, non-ironically. And then it got to the point that people were like, are you actually still saying that? I was like, oh, well, nope, I gotta stop saying that, because now people think I'm not saying it ironically. Damn dogs stealing cars. It's quite a problem up here, let me tell you. Later that afternoon, report cards were handed out. Sarah came home grinning and singing. Nothing makes her more happy than being perfect, and her report card was perfect. All A's. She insisted on showing it to me 3 times. She showed it to Jed 3 times too, and we both had to tell her just how wonderful she was each time. I'm being unfair to Sarah. Well, wow, that's actually a little like weirdly insightful for our protagonists of Goosebumps. Usually they're like little shitty kids and they never go like, huh, maybe I should stop being an asshole to somebody who's undeserving of it. Report cards. She was happy and excited, and she had every right to be. Her report card was perfect, and her flower painting won the blue ribbon at the state art contest. So I shouldn't blame her for dancing around the house and singing at the top of her lungs. She wasn't trying to rub it in. She wasn't trying to make me feel like a lowly slug because my report card had 2 C's, 1 in math and 1 in science. I mean, that's not particularly bad, just 2. If everything else is up higher than that, that's fine, that's average. It wasn't Sarah's fault I received my worst report card ever, and it's the worst one you've had. So I mean, like, it's not like it's typical. So I tried to hold back my jealous feelings and not strangle her the 10th time she told me about the art prize, but it wasn't easy. The worst part of my report card wasn't the 2 C's. It was the little note Miss Carson wrote at the bottom. It said, "Amy isn't working to the best of her ability. If she worked harder, she could do much better than this." I don't think teachers should be allowed to write notes on report cards. I think getting the grades is bad enough. I mean, aren't there... I don't know how it is now, but we used to have... there used to be like parent-family... Was it parent-family night or parent-teacher night or something like that? Parents would show up after, like, one day the show where I remember getting excited and be like, "Here, this is where I sit, Mom and Dad." And they'd just say, "Hey, I'm going to sit with you guys and talk to you about your child for like 15 minutes. Well, I guess the kid is just unsupervised." Parent-teacher conferences. Thank you. It's been a while since I've been in elementary school. I don't know if you've noticed. I tried to make up some kind of story to explain the 2 C's to my parents. I planned to tell them that everyone in the class got C's in math and science. Miss Carson didn't have time to grade our papers, so she gave us all C's. You know, to be fair. It was a good story, but not a great story. No way Mom and Dad would buy that one. I paced back and forth in my room, trying to think of a better story. After a while, I noticed Slappy staring at me. He sat in the chair beside Dennis, grinning and staring. Slappy's eyes weren't following me as I paced, were they? I felt a chill run down my back. It really seemed as if those eyes were watching me, moving as I moved. I used to actually have a doll that their eyes would quote unquote follow you, but it was just one of those. It was just like their eyes were made of that holographic card, you know, the ones where like you would tilt and they still have them for like the pictures in what the hell, in Halloween stores where they're like normal pictures and then you move and it's a scary picture. That's basically what it was, except like it was just making the eyes look back and forth. But yeah, it used to scare the hell out of the neighbor kids though. "We'll be calling your parents and instructing them to love you less." I darted to the chair and turned Slappy so that his back was to me. I didn't have time to think about a stupid dummy. My parents would be home from work any minute, and I needed a good story to explain my awful report card. Did I come up with one? No. Were my parents upset? Yes. Mom said she would help me get better organized, and Dad said he would help me understand the math problems. The last time Dad helped me with my math, I nearly flunked. Wait, if your dad doesn't know how to do math, why don't you get a tutor? Even Jed, a total goof-off, got a better report card than me. They don't give grades in lower school. The teacher just writes a report about you. And Jed's report said that he was a great kid and a really good student. That teacher must be sick. I stared at Jed across the dinner table. He opened his mouth wide to show me a mouthful of chewed up peas. Sick. "You rake," he said to me for no reason at all. Sometimes I wonder why families were invented. You know, it was right there, Amy. He had a mouthful of peas, and you could have done some wordplay. Ha! You like eating pea, or you like eating pea. I mean, it's stupid, but it's about a 12-year-old thing. Instead of just letting him say that you. And by the way, the parents didn't say shit about that. I think I know who the black sheep of the family is. I think I kind of understand why this kid's an asshole. Saturday morning, I called Margot. I can't come over, I told her with a sigh. My parents won't let me. My report card wasn't too good either, Margot replied. Miss Carson wrote a note at the bottom. She said I talk too much in class. Well, do you? Miss Carson talks too much, I said bitterly. As I chatted with Margot, I stared at myself in the dresser mirror. I look too much like Sarah, I thought. Why do I have to look like her twin? Maybe I'll cut my hair really short or get a tattoo. No, honey, you wait until college to do that stuff. I wasn't thinking too clearly. I was too angry that my parents weren't allowing me to go over to Margot's house. This is bad news, Margot said. I wanted to talk to you about performing with Slappy at my dad's place. Oh no, we're going back to the party house. I know, I replied sadly, but they're not letting me go anywhere until my science project is finished. You still haven't turned that in? Margot demanded. I kind of forgot about it, I confessed. It's a wonder why you have a baddish grade in science. I kind of forgot to do my work. I just have to write the report. Well, I told you, Daddy has a birthday party for 3 dozen 3-year-olds next Saturday, Margot said. He wants you and Slappy to entertain them. As soon as I finish the science report, I'm going to start rehearsing, I promised. Tell your dad not to worry, Margot. Tell him I'll be great. She's, I kind of feel like maybe she, maybe fixed the other dummy if that one talked on its own. We chatted for a few more minutes, then my mom shouted for me to get off the phone. I tried to talk a little longer until Mom shouted a second time. Then I said goodbye to Margot and hung up. I slaved over my computer all morning and most of the afternoon, and I finished the science report. It wasn't easy. Jed kept coming into my room begging me to play video games with him. Just one. And I had to keep tossing him out. I want to know what video game he wanted to play. EA Sports. It's in the game. When I finally finished writing the paper, I printed it out and read it one more time. I thought it was pretty good. What it needs is a really great looking cover, I decided. I wanted to get a bunch of colored markers and do a really bright cover, but my markers were all dried up. I tossed them into the trash and made my way to Sarah's room. I knew she had an entire drawer filled with colored markers. E.T. for that, yes. He wanted to play Night Trap. Sarah was at the mall with a bunch of her friends. Miss Perfect could go out and spend Saturday doing whatever she wanted because she was perfect. I knew she wouldn't mind if I borrowed a few markers. It sounds like they're having a screech off out there. Jed stopped me outside of her door. One game, he pleaded, just one. No way, I told him. I placed my hand on top of his head and shoved him away. You always murder me when we play. I'm not finished with my work yet. What are you doing in Sarah's room? He demanded. None of your business, I told him. You reek, he said. You double reek, Amy. Oh my god. Punch him in the throat. A bird rap battle. That's what it kind of sounds like. I ignored him and made my way to Sarah's room to borrow the markers. I spent nearly an hour making the cover. I filled it with molecules and atoms in all different colors. Miss Carson will be impressed, I decided. Sarah returned home just as I finished. She was carrying a big shopping bag filled with clothes she bought at Banana Republic. She started to her room with the bag. Mom, come see what I bought, she called. Mom appeared carrying a stack of freshly laundered towels. Can I see too? I called. I followed them into Sarah's room, but Sarah stopped at her door. Her bag fell from her hands and she let out a scream. Mom and I crowded behind her and we peered into the bedroom. What a mess! Someone had overturned a dozen jars of paint. Reds, yellows, blues. The paint had spread all over Sarah's white carpet like a big colorful mud puddle. I gasped and blinked several times. It was unreal. I don't believe it, Sarah kept shrieking. I don't believe it! The carpet is ruined, Mom exclaimed. You know whose priorities is where in this family. Taking one step into the room, the empty paint jars were on their side, strewn around the room. Jed! Mom shouted angrily. Get in here now! We could see Jed right behind us in the hall. You don't have to shout, he said softly. Mom narrowed her eyes angrily at my brother. How could you? She demanded through clenched teeth. Excuse me? He gazed up at her innocently. Jed, don't lie, Sarah screamed. Why did you do this? You went into my room again. No way, Jed protested, shaking his head. I didn't go in your room today, Sarah, not once. But I did see Amy go in, and she wouldn't tell me why. Ooh, busted, Amy. Chapter 10, Jesus Christ. It's just the pettiest, dumbest bullshit that you have to sloth through before you actually get to anything remotely good. Sarah and Mom both turned accusing eyes onto me. How could you? Sarah screamed, walking around a big paint puddle. How could you? Whoa, wait, I didn't do this. I cried frantically. I asked Amy what she was going in there for, Jed chimed in, and she said it was none of my business. Amy, Mom cried. I am horrified. I'm truly horrified. This is sick. All right, chill out, Mom. Sick is a little bit much. Hello. The return of the Chaos Demon. Is that what every... Wait, where'd it go? Yes, it's sick, Sarah repeated, shaking her head. All of my poster paint, all of it. What a mess. I don't know why, or I know why you did it. It's because you're jealous of my perfect report card. But I didn't do it, I wailed. I did it. Amy, no one else could have done it. If Jed didn't do it, then... But I only came in here to borrow markers. I cried in a trembling voice. That's all. Timmy. You are not allowed to go on the internet. You are too young. And everyone believes the person who would definitely do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing that's kind of funny. I just needed markers, I swear. Come here. Give me a kiss. Don't you shy away from me. I just needed markers, that's all. No, I don't need food. Amy. I'll show you, I cried. I'll show you what I borrowed. I ran into my room. My hands were shaking as I scooped Sarah's markers off my desk. My heart pounded. How could they accuse me of something so terrible? I asked myself. Is that what everybody thinks of me? That I'm such a monster? That I'm so jealous of my sister? I'd pour out all of her paints on and ruin her rug? Do they really think I'm that crazy? I ran back to Sarah's room, carrying the markers in both hands. Jed sat on Sarah's... Come here. Sat on Sarah's bed, staring at the thick red, blue, and yellow puddle. Mom and Sarah stood over it, gazing down and shaking their heads. Mom kept making clicking noises with her tongue. She pressed her hands against her cheek. See? I cried. I shoved the markers towards them. That's why I came in here. I'm not lying. Some of the markers fell out of my hands, and I bent to pick them up. Amy, there were only 3 of us home this afternoon. Oh, so it was Mom. Mom did it. She's jealous of her own daughter. Go get your sister. Go get your sister. Or not. I grabbed Slappy, shaking as I screamed, they think I'm crazy, Slappy. I'll show them. Come on, Slappy. Tell them. Tell him why you lied. Let's see. But she spoke through gritted teeth. It was you, me, and Jed. I know, I started. Mom raised a hand to silence me. I certainly didn't do this horrible thing. Really, Mom? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure you're not jealous? Trying to live vicariously through your child? Yeah, see, even Rapuka thinks you did it, lady. I'm not a sicko, Mom, I shrieked. I'm not. You'll feel better if you confess, Mom said. Then we can talk about it calmly. But I didn't do it, I raged. With a cry of anger, I flung the markers to the floor, and I spun around and bolted from Sarah's room and ran down the long hallway back to my room. I slammed the door and threw myself face down on my bed and started sobbing loudly. Finally, I stood up. My face was sopping wet and my nose was running. I started I started to the dresser to get a tissue, but something caught my eye. Hadn't I turned Slappy around so his back was turned to me? Now he's sitting facing me, staring up at me, his red-lipped grin wider than ever. Did I turn him around? I didn't remember. And what did I see on Slappy's shoes? This is motherfucking child's play. I wiped the tears from my eyes and the back of my hands. Then I took a few steps towards the dummy, squinting hard at his big leather shoes. What was that on his shoes? Red, blue, and yellow paint? Yes! With a startled gasp, I grabbed both shoes by the heel and raised them to my face. Close to my... How close did you need to get it to your face? Drips of paint on Slappy's shoes. Slappy! What's going on here? I asked out loud. What's going on? You'll feel better if you confess, Mom said, brandishing a red-hot poker. I can't tell if it's like, it's, oh, I guess they are a little smudgy. I don't know where my, we're on chapter 11, guys. We're really going. We're almost halfway through. One more chapter and we'll be halfway. Uh-oh, Dad's coming home. You know what that means. When Dad came home and saw Sarah's room, he nearly exploded. I was actually worried about him. His face turned as red as a tomato. His chest started heaving in and out. Dad's about to have a stroke. Dad's going to be talking out of the side of his face like she was, trying to get the ventriloquist dummy to talk. And horrible gurgling came from his throat. The whole family gathered in the living room. We took our sharing night places, only this wasn't family sharing night. This was what are we gonna do about Amy Amy night. We don't talk about Amy. Amy. Oh, I thought you buggered off there, honey. Amy. First you have to tell us the truth, Mom said. She sat stiffly on the couch. You stop. They're trying to listen to a spooky, scary story. You can't be interrupting. That is my mouth. You do not bite my mouth. He is having a stroke. The end. But I am telling the truth, I insisted. I slumped in the armchair. Hey, shush. My armchair fell over my forehead, but I didn't bother my hair fell over my forehead, but I didn't bother brushing it back. My white t-shirt had tear stains on it, still damp. If you would only listen to me, oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I went to touch her, but I squeezed, I hit her little toe instead of... Did I accidentally hurt your little toe? I'm sorry. You're distracting me. Get out of here. Get out of here with your cuteness. Bring your sister back. If only you'd listen to me, I pled. Okay, we're listening, Mom replied. When I went into my room, there were splashes of paint on Slappy's shoes and... That's enough, Dad cried, jumping to his feet. This family likes to jump to their feet in a dramatic fashion. But Dad, I protested. Enough, he insisted, pointing a finger at me. No more wild stories, young lady. Story time is over. We don't want to hear about paint stains on Slappy. We want an explanation for the crime that was committed in Sarah's room. She didn't fucking kill Sarah. She, why are you acting like some murder took place in Sarah's room? The story just ends with her getting sent to a reform school. That's how it would go if there wasn't a... Then Jed did it and put paint on Slappy as one of his jokes. The end. See, Lexus figured that shit out. Then Slappy stabbed the entire family to death. The end. You guys are just... See, all of you guys are coming up with better endings than what I'm sure we're gonna get. We don't want to hear about paint stains on Slappy. We want an explanation for the crime that was committed in Sarah's room today. That cracks me up. But I am giving an explanation, I wailed. Why did Slappy have paint on his shoes? Why? Dad dropped back onto the couch with a sigh. He whispered something to Mom and she whispered back. I thought I heard them mention the word doctor. Finally, one of these parents are like, yeah, there's something going on with our kid. Maybe we should send him to see a psychiatrist. Are you going to take me to a psychiatrist? I asked timidly. Do you think you need one? Mom replied, staring hard at me. I shook my head. No. Well, that settles it. If she says she doesn't have a problem, then clearly she doesn't. Your father and I will talk about this, Mom says. We'll figure out the best thing to do. Now, until then, we're going to be chaining you to your bed at night. You're going back to wearing diapers for a while, honey. Find out it was all Slappy and send Sarah to reform school anyway to keep Slappy because he's a better member of the family. Well, I bet Slappy will get better grades. No. 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 If you're gonna be here, you stay there. She's not gonna listen to me. You never listen to me. The best thing to do? They grounded me for 2 weeks. No movies, no friends over. Rawr! Rawr! Oh, I gotta spook her away. Rawr! You are interrupting! I think I'm just pissing her off. Come here. Come here. This is why I have a butterfly net for times where I actually do need to catch her, which she takes off a flying the second she sees it. But luckily, the butterfly net, you know, and it's a very, very soft net, and the hoop around it is like that pool, the pool noodle. So even if she hits the rim, it's not gonna hurt her. But she ripped apart the first one. So she's like, you better not bring this shit in this house again. So now I have to hide the second one that I brought. So otherwise she's gonna destroy that too. Well, you know, sometimes I need to you not to be in a place and you won't leave. So I have to chase you down with a butterfly net. Let's see here. They grounded me for 2 weeks. No movies, no friends over, no trips to the mall. Wow, mall. No trips anywhere. I heard them talk about finding me a counselor, but they didn't say anything about it to me. All week, I could feel them watching me, studying me as if I were some kind of alien creature. They probably got some doctor to tell them, it's like, hey, look out for A, B, and C. The self-hug jacket, my favorite. And snoozy bells. Sarah was pretty cold to me. Her room had to be emptied out and a new rug installed, and she wasn't happy about it. I think the parents would be less happy about it than Sarah. Do you know how expensive it is to replace carpet? Like, let's go to the mall. I mean, I like walking around the mall. The first time I went to San Francisco, they had like a big ass mall there, and it was damn near empty. There was like 3-4 shops in like this four leveled, I think it was like at least 4 levels, maybe 5. I didn't go up very, very high. I was like, well, this is like, not even, I was like, well, there's an Annie Pretzels and some bag store I've never heard of. And then like, I think there was something else, but everything else was gone. It was kind of sad. I remember thinking, I was like, well, if they're not gonna, I was like, why don't you guys convert these, I was like, you can probably convert a lot of these shops into like, studio apartments and then just sell it. That's probably what I would have done. But, let's go to the mall. Even Jed treated me differently. He kind of tiptoed around me and kept his distance as if I had a bad cold or something. That's ow! Well, that's what I get for, well, you know what, I deserved that because I stuck my hand in your face. I'm sorry. I deserve the bite. I'm sorry. He didn't tease me or tell me that I reek or call me names. Tippy, you need to either be quiet or get out of here. I really missed it. No kidding. How did it feel? It felt miserable. I wanted to get sick. I wanted to catch a really bad stomach flu or something, that they all feel sorry for me and stop treating me like a criminal. One good thing... Ow! You... That's what I thought! I knew when I tried to catch her, she'd take off. I'd live in Hot Topic. I mean, it's art. It would probably look pretty cool in there already. They probably wouldn't need to do a whole lot, except just make an area for like a little kitchenette, little bathroom area. There you go. You got yourself a studio apartments or condos or whatever. The one good thing, they said I could perform with Slappy at the house party on Saturday. Oh, good. Whenever I pick, you would think if the common denominator of her attitude was changing, like her attitude changing and being really weird and blaming everything she did on an inanimate object, that they would take that object away from her, not let her continue being around it. They're gonna hear like whispering in the middle of the night, and they're gonna find her sitting in the middle of the living room talking to Slappy. One good thing is subjective. It sure is. Whenever I picked up Slappy, I felt a little weird. I remembered the paint on his shoes and the mess in my sister's room, but I couldn't come up with a single explanation, so I practiced with Slappy every night. Well, I can't, it's fine. He's probably haunted, possibly even murderous, but you know, I got a show on Saturday. I gotta practice. I had to put a lot of good jokes together. Silly jokes I thought little 3-year-olds would find funny. 3-year-olds can barely understand the language they're taught, and you need to put jokes together that they could follow. And I studied myself in the mirror. I was getting better at not moving my lips, and it was getting easier to make Slappy's mouth and eyes move correctly. Knock, knock, I made Slappy say. Who's there? I asked. Eddie. Eddie who? Anybody got a tissue? I have a terrible cold. And then I pulled back Slappy's head, opened his mouth really wide, and jerked his whole body as I made him sneeze and sneeze and sneeze. I thought that would really crack up 3-year-olds. You could just say the word fart over and over again, and that would make 3-year-olds laugh. Trust me, I had nieces and nephews, man. It was really easy to make those children laugh. Crickets. I'm telling you, I need a soundboard now when I I wonder, does Steam have a soundboard? I wonder. Maybe I can buy one if I'm just have it up and... Do you think R.L. Stein had his dreams of being a ventriloquist crushed? I mean, he really doesn't seem to like ventriloquists. Even less so dummies. Every night I worked on our comedy act. I worked so hard. I didn't know the act would ever go on. Well, you knew it was going to be Saturday, so eventually it would have to. On Saturday afternoon, Mom dropped me off at the party house. Have a good show, little psychopath, she said as she drove away. I carried Slappy... Wait, she's not even... I don't want to watch your stupid fucking act. I got shit to do, kid. Discord has... Oh, does it really? I'm gonna have to look into that. I carried Slappy carefully in my arms. Margot met me at the door, and she greeted me with an excited smile. Just in time, she cried. The kids are almost all here. They're total animals. Oh, great. Which is why you didn't need to practice as hard as you did. They're not going to pay attention. Like, a couple of them will pay attention, but then they're going to sneeze on themselves. And then they're going to wander off to go wipe it on something they're not supposed to. We are both ventriloquists, ventriloquists, ventriloquists. I swing a bit more. I swing a bit less. I need to rewatch that movie. It's been a minute. They're total animals, but they're so cute, Margot added. You know, like animals. She led me through the twisted hallway into the party room in the back. Clusters of red and yellow balloons covered the ceiling. I saw a brightly decorated table, all yellow and red. A balloon on a string floated up from each chair around the table. Each balloon had the name of a guest on it. The kids were really cute. They were dressed mostly in jeans and bright t-shirts. 2 of the girls wore frilly party dresses. I counted 10 of them, all running wildly, chasing each other in the huge room. Their mothers were grouped around a long table against the back wall. Some of them were sitting down, some were standing, huddled together, chatting. They were all drinking and smoking because 90s. They're like, oh, these fucking kids. They had I'm sure they also had lines of, powdered sugar. No, you can't have any of these ones, honey. You need to go somewhere else. This is grown-up powdered sugar. That you do it through the nose. I wonder if there'll be green vomit this time. Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about the vomit part. Some were calling to their kids to stop being so wild. You just put them in a gigantic room with nothing to do. They're going to chase each other around because kids have all that energy, man. You give them something to do. Get a bouncy castle in there if it's that big of a room. I'm helping out, pouring the punch and stuff, Margot told me. Dad wants you to do your first act thing, to quiet the kids down, because them getting all riled up with a show is going to calm them down. I'm first up. I swallowed hard. I had been excited. I could barely choke down my tuna fish sandwich at lunch. But now I began to feel nervous. I had major fluttering in my stomach. Margot led me into the front room. I saw a low wooden platform there, painted bright blue. That was the stage. Seeing the stage felt my heart start to pound. My mouth felt suddenly dry. Could I really step up on that stage and do my act in front of all those people? Kids and mothers? Neither of them are going to pay attention, Amy. I promise you. The parents are going to be too busy doing coke in the back and talking about cheating on their husbands and shit like that. And the kids are going to be too busy chasing each other and playing with things that they found on the floor, like pulling strings out of the carpet and shit. It's fine. You'll do fine. Even if nobody's paying attention to you, you'll still get paid. Oh my God, Lex. She goes on stage and Slappy performs the Aristocrats. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Margot led me to the front of the room. I saw a low wooden platform there painted blue. That was the stage. Oh, I skipped again. I had forgotten that all the mothers would be there. Seeing adults in the audience made me even more nervous. The moms are probably pissed off they're stuck in this room and not in the party room they want to be. So they only brought some things that they were allowed to bring in that they could kind of pass off 3-year-old not realizing what they're looking at. Here's the birthday girl, a woman's voice said. I turned to see a smiling mother. She held the hand of a beautiful little girl. The girl gazed up at me with sparkling blue eyes. She had straight black hair, a lot like mine, only silkier and finer. She had a bright yellow ribbon in her hair. It matched her short yellow dress and with yellow sneakers. This is Alicia, the mother announced. Hi, I'm Amy, I replied. Alicia would like to meet your dummy, the woman said. Is he real? Alicia asked. I didn't know how to answer that question. He's a real dummy, I told the little girl. I propped Slappy up in my arms and slipped my hand into his back. This is Slappy, I told the little girl. Slappy, this is Alicia. How do you do? I made Slappy say. Alicia and her mother both laughed. It was a hilarious joke. Alicia stared up at the dummy with her sparkling blue eyes. How are you? I made Slappy say. Alicia held up her 3 fingers. I'm free, she told him. Would you like to shake hands with Slappy? I asked Alicia. I lowered the dummy a little and pushed forward Slappy's right hand. Go ahead. Go ahead. Take his hand. I don't know why that sounds so ominous. Alicia reached up and grabbed his hand and giggled. Happy birthday, Slappy said. Alicia shook his hand gently. Then she started to back away. We can't wait to see your show, Alicia's mother said to me. I know the kids are just gonna love it. I hope so, I replied. My stomach fluttered again. I was still nervous. Let's go, Alicia. Or let go, Alicia cried. She tugged at Slappy's hand. She giggled. He won't let go. Wait, is she scared or giggling? Alicia's mom's laughed. What a funny dummy! He's starting to bite my child's hand. Oh, and he's got it now. Well, I guess you're wearing a prosthetic, young lady. I think, let go of the dummy, honey. We have to get everyone in their seats for the show. Alicia tugged harder, but he won't let go of me, Mommy. He wants to shake hands. Alicia gave a hard tug, but her tiny hand was still wrapped up in Slappy's. She giggled. He likes me. He won't let go. Oh, look, her mother said, glancing at the door. Phoebe and Jennifer have just arrived. Let's go say hi. Alicia tried to follow her mom, but Slappy held her. Why are you just standing here and not trying to help her get the dummy? This dummy can't hurt you. He's not even alive. He's dead. That's another good one, Sepsis. Her smile faded. Let go! I saw that several kids had gathered around. They watched. I mean, there's nothing else to do in this giant-ass room. They watched Alicia tug at Slappy's hand. Let me go! Let me go! I leaned over to examine Slappy's hand, and to my surprise, it appeared that his hand had clenched tightly around hers. He's hurting me, Mommy! More kids came to watch. Some of them were laughing. Two little dark-haired boys exchanged frightened glances. Let me go! She tugged again and again. I froze in panic. My mind whirled. A word. I tried to think of what to do. Had Alicia gotten her hand caught some... Oh, Jesus Christ, lady! Slappy's hand couldn't have closed around hers, even though I'm looking at it. God damn it. He's squeezing my hand. He's hurting me. The other kids were watching now, their eyes wide and expressions confused. I didn't know what to do. I had no control over Slappy's hands. Oh, pry it off of the kids' hands? Take your much bigger hands and go... Slappy really likes you. I told Alicia. But the little girl was sobbing. Make him stop, Mommy. Make him stop. I pulled my hand from Slappy's back and grabbed his wooden hand between mine. Let go of her, Slappy, I demanded. But it wouldn't budge. What's wrong, Alicia? Alicia's mother took her that long to say, hey, my daughter seems to be screaming in pain for the past 2 minutes. Is her hand caught? What are you doing with her? He's hurting me, Mommy. He's squeezing my hand. Several kids were crying now. Mothers rushed across the room to comfort them. Alicia's sobs rose over the frightened cries. The harder she tugged, the tighter the wooden hand squeezed. Let go, Slappy, I shrieked, pulling his fingers. Let go, let go, let go. I don't understand, Alicia's mother cried. She began frantically tugging my arm. What are you doing? Let her go. And then suddenly, Slappy tilted his head back. His eyes opened wide and his mouth opened in a long, evil laugh. Slappy really likes you. He's claimed you forever. Oh my goodness. Chapter 12. I burst into the house and let the screen door slam behind me. I had taken the city bus to Logan Street, and then I had to run the 6 blocks to my house with Slappy hanging over my shoulder. Amy, how'd it go? I didn't want to watch this dumb shit, so you're gonna have to tell me. Did you get a ride? I thought we were supposed to come pick you up. I didn't answer her. I was sobbing too hard. I ran down the hall to my room and slammed the door. I hoisted Slappy off my shoulder and tossed him into the closet. Oh, good. She's forcing Slappy back into the closet. I never wanted to see him again. Never! I caught a glimpse of myself in the dresser mirror. My cheeks were swollen and puffy from crying. My eyes were red. My hair was all wet and tangled and matted on my forehead. I took several deep breaths and tried to stop crying. I kept hearing that poor little girl screaming in my ear. Slappy finally let go of her after he uttered that uttered? How do you utter a laugh? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Uttered? No. Well, that's just confusing to younger kids, let alone adults. Alicia's mom was furious. She called Margot's dad out from the kitchen. She was shaking and sputtering with anger. She said she was going to sue the party house. This is like if Chucky was just mildly inconvenient. Margot's dad quietly asked me to leave. He led me to the front door. He said it wasn't my fault, but he said the kids were too frightened of Slappy now. There was no way I could do my show. I saw Margot hurry over to me, but I turned and ran out of the door. I'd never been so upset. I didn't know what to do. Just a little bit rude. I watched rainwater flow down. I mean, well, I guess if she was like the act, but she's also a 12-year-old kid. I threw myself onto my bed. I kept picturing little Alicia crying and screaming, trying to twist out of Slappy's grasp. Mom knocked hard on my bedroom door. Amy, what are you doing? What's wrong? Go away, I wailed. Just go away. But she opened the door and stepped into the room. Asshole. Sarah came in behind her, confused expression on her face. Amy, the show didn't go well. What was your first fucking clue, Mom? Please just go away, I sobbed. Amy, you'll do better next time, Sarah said, stepping up to the bed. She put a hand on my trembling shoulder. Shut up, Miss Perfect, just shut up. I didn't mean to sound so angry, but I was out of control. Sarah stepped back, hurt. Why don't you tell us what happened? Mom insisted. You'll feel better if you tell us. I pulled myself up until I was sitting at the edge of the bed. I wiped my eyes and brushed my wet hair off my face, and then suddenly the whole story burst out of me. I told how Slappy grabbed Alicia's hand and wouldn't let go, and how all the kids were crying and the parents were all screaming and making a fuss, and how I had to leave without even doing my act, which is really the worst part about it when you think about it. She gets booed off the stage by 3-4-year-olds. Oh, good night, Adam. I'm gonna try to make it gay. They're not giving me any ammo here. I don't want to force it. I can't force gay. And then I leaped to my feet, threw my arms around my mom, and started to sob again. She petted my hair the way she used to do when I was little, and she kept whispering, shh. Slowly I began to calm down. This is so weird, Sarah murmured, shaking her head. Honey, I'm a little worried about you. Only a little, Mom said, holding my hand. The little girl got her hand caught, and that's all. The little girl got her hand caught, that's all. You don't really believe that dummy grabbed her hand, do you? She thinks I'm crazy, I realized. She thinks I'm totally messed up. She doesn't believe me. I decided I better not insist on that my story was true. I shook my head. Yeah, I guess her hand got caught, I said, lowering my eyes to the floor. Maybe you should put Slappy away for a while, Mom suggested, biting her bottom lip. Yeah, right, I agreed and pointed. I already put him in the closet. It's a good idea, Mom replied. Leave the monster in the closet. Leave him in there for a while. I think you've been spending too much time with that dummy. Yeah, you need a new hobby, Sarah chimed in. It wasn't a hobby. He and I were in love. We'll leave him in the closet for a few days, okay, Amy? Just take it away from her at this point. It's clearly causing your child distress, and you're just like, it's fine. You never want to see him again, I muttered. I thought I heard a sigh from the closet. Slappy's like, well, that's not very nice of her. I was just having a bit of fun. Go get yourself cleaned up, Mom instructed, and wash your face and then come to dinner. Or come to the kitchen, I'll make you a snack. Okay, I agreed. Sarah followed Mom out the door. I heard Sarah murmur, Sarah's getting so weird. It wasn't a hobby, it was a way of life. Ventriloquy is a way of life. It's my life. Margot called after dinner. She said she felt terrible about what happened. She said her dad didn't blame me. He wants to give you another chance, Margot told me. Maybe with older kids. Thanks, I replied. But I put Slappy away for a while. I don't know if I want to be a ventriloquist anymore. At the party today, what happened? Margot asked. What went wrong? I really don't know. I said, I really don't. That night I went to bed early. Before I turned out the light, I glanced... Wow, there's not even a dot in between that. I glanced at the closet door. It was closed tightly. Having Slappy shut in the closet made me feel safer. I fell asleep quickly, and I dreamed a deep, dreamless sleep. When I awoke the next morning, I sat up and rubbed my eyes. Then I heard Sarah's angry screams down the hall. Mom, Dad, hurry! Look what Amy did! Chapter 13. The closet won't be so bad if him and Dennis are in there together. You know, they haven't specified what happened to Dennis, if she threw it out or what. Because I thought it was broken, so I thought they were just gonna toss it, but I guess not. I shut my eyes listening to my sister's screams. What now? I thought with a shudder, what now? I let out a low cry when I saw that my closet door was open a crack. My heart pounded. I climbed out of bed and began running down the hallway. Mom, Dad, and Jed were already there. Look what she did, Sarah screamed. Oh no! I heard Mom and Dad shriek. I stopped in the doorway and peered in and gasped. Sarah's bedroom walls, they were smeared with red paint. At least it was paint. It was smeared with paint. At least it was that. Okay? Someone had taken a thick paintbrush and had scrawled Amy, 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 Amy in huge letters all over Sarah's wall. I wonder who did it. Honestly, this sounds like something a little kid would do. Like the little kid trying to get their sibling in trouble. It's like, I know, I'll do it, but I'll write my sibling's name. And that way, they'll think my sibling did it. I am a genius. Nobody will ever figure this out. Oh, I just realized it's dark. Like, I couldn't hear anything, so I think they're slowly falling asleep. My eyes darted from wall to wall, reading my name over and over. Amy, Amy, Amy. One strange thing happened and suddenly they all blamed the crazy girl. Why my name? I suddenly felt sick and I swallowed hard, trying to force back the nausea. I blinked several times, trying to blink the ugly red scrawls away. Amy, Amy, Amy. Why? Sarah asked me in a trembling voice. Why do you keep doing this to me, Amy? Amy, this cannot continue, Dad said solemnly. His expression wasn't angry, it was sad. We'll get you some help, dear, Mom said. She had tears in her eyes and her chin trembled. Jed stood silently with his arms crossed in front of his pajama pants, or his pajama shirt. Why, Amy? Sarah demanded. But I didn't. I finally choked out. No stories, Mom said softly. But I didn't do it. This is serious, Dad murmured, rubbing his whiskery chin. Do you understand how serious this is? Jed reached out 2 fingers and rubbed them over one of the red sprawls. Dry, he reported. That means it was done early in the night, Dad said, his eyes locked on me. Do you realize how bad this is? This isn't just... Oh, sorry. Do you realize how bad this is? This isn't just mischief. I took a deep breath. My whole body was shaking. Slappy did it, I blurted out. I'm not crazy, Dad. Tell me I'm not crazy, Dad. You gotta believe me. I'll prove Slappy did it! Come on! I didn't wait for them to reply. I turned and bolted from the room. They all just stood and watched her leave. Like, oh no! The crazy one's loose! They make it seem like she has a grip of fear. She has a grip of fear on the family. Yeah, it is a little weird that they're suddenly... It's not like, I mean, she hasn't really done anything violent, just property damage. That's basically it. I flew down the hall. They all followed silently behind me. Is Amy sick or something? I heard Jed ask my parents. I didn't hear the answer, which is probably a yes. I burst into my room. They hurried behind me. I stepped up to the closet and pulled the door open. See, I cried, pointed to Slappy. See, that proves it. Then I turned around and looked at Slappy and screamed. He was holding a confession letter that said, I am Amy, totally Amy, and I did the wall spraying thing, not Slappy. Oh no! The dummy sat cross-legged in the closet floor. His head stood erect on his narrow shoulders. He appeared to grin up at us. Slappy's left hand rested on the closet floor. His right hand was in his lap. And in his right hand, he clutched a fat paintbrush. Oh, it was a paintbrush. This is not just mischief. Mischief, this is hijinks. I told you Slappy did it! Everyone remained silent. Mom and Dad frowned at each other and shook their heads. This is dumb. Jed told Sarah. Sarah lowered her eyes and didn't reply. Oh, Amy, Mom said, sighing. Do you really think you could blame it on the dummy by putting a paintbrush in its hand? And his right hand clutched a fat stogie. Do you think you could just put the brush blah 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 blah? But I didn't! I shrieked. When did he learn how to spell? Jed chimed in. Be quiet, Jed, Dad said sharply. This is serious. It's not a joke. Sarah, take Jed out of here, Mom instructed. The two of you go to the kitchen and get breakfast started. Sarah began to guide Jed to the door, but he pulled away. I want to stay, he cried. I want to see how you punish Amy. Get, Mom cried, shooing him away with both hands. Sarah tugged him out of the room. I was shaking all over. I narrowed my eyes at Slappy. Had his grin grown even wider? I stared at the paintbrush in his hand. The red paint on the bristles blurred until I only saw red. I blinked several times and turned back to my parents. You really don't believe me, do you? My voice trembling. They shook their heads. How can we believe you, dear? Mom said. We can't believe that a wooden dummy has been doing these horrible things in Sarah's room, Dad added. Well, you can't believe that a dummy exists, Dad, but yet here you are, married Dad, and had 3 kids that are equally annoying. Tell us the truth, Amy. But I am. How can I prove it to him? Oh, is you sleepy? I hear you grinding your beak. Now let's try. I let out an angry cry and slammed the closet door shut. Now let's try to calm down, Mom urged quietly. Let's all get dressed and have some breakfast. You know, like a happy family. You don't have to worry about like Amy sneaking into our rooms at night, and maybe stabbing us, and about the chest and neck and face. Good idea, Dad replied, still squinting at me through his glasses. The parents are gonna start wearing bulletproof jackets to bed. And helmets and neck guards and shit. He scratched his bald head. I guess I'll have to call a painter for Sarah's room. It'll take at least 2 coats to cover up the red. Just use an undercoat. Or you can probably scrub a bit of it off with a wire brush before you paint over it. But just use the fucking yes, it would be two coats, but not if you use like a powerful undercoat. They turned and made their way slowly from my room, talking about how much it's going to cost to have my sister's room painted. Why don't they do it themselves? It's not difficult. I did everything in this room. You can't see it now, but everything in this room I did myself, and it cost it was very cheap compared to if I had paid somebody to do it. I didn't do it! I cried out loud after them. My heart pounding, I spun around, I grabbed the knob and jerked the closet door open. I grabbed Slappy by the shoulders of his gray jacket and pulled him from the floor. I know, she's about to kick the ass of this dummy. The paintbrush fell from his hand and it landed with a thud. I shook the dummy angrily. I shook him so hard that his arms and legs swung back and forth and his head snapped back and forth. She's gonna give Slappy shaken baby syndrome. Then I lifted him so that we were eye to eye. Admit it. I screamed. Oh, is this where she's like... Again, this is another scene from the first Child's Play. Where the mom's like, just like, talk to me, damn it, or I'm gonna throw you into the fire! Oh, I'm sorry, did I scare you, baby? I heard her like, I felt her get like kind of jittery. Go ahead, admit that you did it. Tell me that you did it. The glassy blue eyes gazed up at me lifelessly and blankly. Neither of us moved. And then, to my horror, the wooden lips parted, the red mouth opened slowly, and Slappy let out a soft, evil Oh, it's just so spooky, huh? It's the spookiest story in the world. I know. Yes, I know. You see, chapstick that you hate. Chapter 15. I can't come over, I told Margot glumly. I was sprawled on top of my bed, the phone pressed against my ear. I'm not allowed out of my room all day. Are you not allowed to use the bathroom? They gave me a bucket. They gave me a bucket and told me I couldn't leave for any reason. Why? If I told you, Margot, you wouldn't believe me. Try me, she replied. I decided not to tell her. I mean, my whole family thought I was crazy. Why should my best friend think so too? Maybe I'll tell you about it when I see you, I said. There was silence on the other end, and then Margot uttered, wow. Wow? What do you mean, wow? I cried. Wow, as in it must be pretty bad if you can't talk about it, Amy. Well, it's just weird, I stammered. Can we change the subject? Another silence. Daddy has a birthday party for 6-year-olds coming up, and he was wondering... No, I broke in. Sorry. I put Slappy away. I put him down like old Yeller. Took him in the back and put 2 bolts in the back of his head. This is the West. You were so pretty. But Amy, Margot protested, you loved playing with those dummies, and you said you wanted to make money, remember? So Daddy... No, I've given up on that life, I repeated. I changed my mind, Margot, I'm sorry. Tell your dad I'm sorry, and I'll tell you about it when I see you. I swallowed hard and added, if I ever see you. You sound terrible, Margot replied. Should I come over to your house? I think I could get my dad to drop me off. I'm totally grounded, I said unhappily. God, this story is fucking boring. I'm trying real hard to keep focused here. I heard footsteps in the hall, probably Mom and Dad checking in on me. I wasn't allowed to be on the phone either. I gotta go, Margot, bye, I whispered and hung up the phone. Mom knocked on my bedroom door. I recognized her knock. Amy, can we talk? I called in. Not really. Or she called in. Not really, I replied glumly. As soon as you tell the truth, you can come out, Mom said. About that, my parents don't want me to be around you anymore, so bye, have a good night. Hello, transmission. Sadly, we don't have two gay puppet romances. We just have a very, very boring story I'm having a hard time focusing on. Ugh. It's had some weird moments, though, I'll give it that. Don't waste the whole day in your room. I just don't feel like talking about it right now, I told her. She didn't say anything else, but I could hear her standing out there. Finally, I heard her footsteps padding back down the hall. I grabbed my pillow and buried my face in it. I wanted to shut out the whole world and think. I wasn't going to confess to a crime I didn't do. No way. I was going to find a way to prove to them that Slappy was the culprit, and I was going to prove it to them that I wasn't crazy. I'm not crazy. Gotta go, Marky Mark. I had to show them that Slappy wasn't an ordinary dummy. He was evil. Pure evil. But how could I prove it? I climbed to my feet and began pacing back and forth. I stopped at the window and gazed out the front yard. It was a beautiful spring day. Bright yellow tulips bobbed in the flower patch in the front of my window. The sky was a solid blue. The twin maple trees in the center of the yard were starting to unfurl fresh leaves. I took a deep breath. The air smelled so fresh and sweet. I saw Jed and a couple of his friends skating down the sidewalk, laughing, having a good time, living their lives, and I was a prisoner in my room, all because of Slappy. And I got the 12-year-old dramatics down, though. No, transmission. I'm out of here. Look, I tried. They teased us because one of the ventriloquist dummies' head fell off, and I was like, ooh, this could be funny, but they did nothing with it. So we're just stuck with this. I'm going to catch you in the act, Slappy, I decided. I'm going to prove to everybody I'm not crazy. I'm going to stay up late at night, every night if I have to. And the first time you creep out of that closet, I'll be awake. And I'll wait. Or I'll be waiting for you, and I'll follow you, and I'll make sure everybody sees what you're doing. I'll show everybody I'm not crazy, and you're the evil one in this house. Didn't take her very long to go unhinged. I was so upset I wasn't thinking clearly. But having a plan made me feel a little bit better. Taking one last glance at the closet door, I crossed the room to my desk and started to do my homework. Mom and Dad let me come out for dinner. Dad had grilled hamburgers in the backyard, the first barbecue of spring. I loved grilled hamburgers, especially when they're charred real black. But I could barely taste my food. I guess I felt too excited and nervous about trapping Slappy. No one talked much. Mom kept chattering to Dad about the vegetable garden and what she wanted to plant. Sarah talked a little bit about the mural she had started to paint in her room. Jed kept complaining about how he wrecked his knee skating, but apparently nobody cared. This child walked in with a hi, Ronan! All the romance is happening off screen. Yeah, that's a little frustrating. I was like, come on, man. Give me some gay puppet action. Come on, man. Hi, baby. Oh, she's getting sleepy. That's why she's not. He's so cute. I asked to be excused before dessert. I usually stay up until 10, but a little after 9 I decided to go to bed. I was wide awake, eager to trap Slappy. I turned out the light and tucked myself in. Then I laid staring up at the shifting shadows in the bedroom ceiling, waiting. I must have fallen asleep. Good job. But like the one thing you needed to do and you didn't do it. That's a little too bright. There we go. Yeah, she's a sleepy. Oh, I thought she was doing the tuck in where birds will like turn around and they'll sleep underneath one of their wings. That's what I thought you were doing. These are kisses. I tried not to, but I must have drifted off anyway. I was startled awake by the sounds in the room. I raised my head, instantly alert, and listened. The scrape of feet on my carpet, the soft rustling. How are you going to prove that he's up and about if he didn't post any type of trap to prove that he was up and about? Slappy's back. It's a little anticlimactic. We don't have the same fun, or we're not having the same fun as we did last time, because we did have a headless puppet that, or ventriloquist dummy that could have led to some funny shit, but a shiver ran down my back. I felt goosebumps. Name drop. Up and down my arms. Another low sound near my bed, and when I reached forward quickly, clicked on the bed table lamp, and cried out. Oh, chapter 16. Jed, what are you doing here? I shrieked. It's like Nightmare on Elm Street. Everyone falls asleep that one time. It's the one thing you gotta do is stay awake, and you don't do it. Oh, we gotta stay awake, so let's sit on this really comfortable couch. We're just gonna put on like some soft music. I think we should make some hot cocoa, you know, just kind of like lay back. We should probably like take a nice shower beforehand so we're all nice and clean, because you know, for the battle you don't want to be all dirty. Definitely stay awake at that point. He stood blinking at me in the center of the room, one leg of his blue pajama pants rolled up. His red hair was matted. What are you doing in my room? I demanded. Why are you yelling at me? You called me, Amy. What? I sputtered. You called me. I heard you. He rubbed his eyes with his fingers. I was asleep and you woke me up. I lowered my feet to the floor and stood up. My legs felt shaky and weak. Jed had really scared me. I was asleep too, I told him. I didn't call you. Yes, you did, he insisted. You told me to come to your room. He bent down to pull down the pajama leg. Jed, you woke me up. How could I have called you? He scratched his hair and yawned again. Oh, you mean I dreamed it? I studied his face. Jed, did you sneak in my room to play some kind of prank? I demanded sternly. He wrinkled his face up, trying to appear innocent. Did you? I demanded. Were you going to go in the closet and do something with Slappy, huh? No way, he protested. He started to back out of the room. I'm telling the truth, Amy. I thought you called me, that's all. I squinted hard at him, trying to decide if he was telling the truth. I let my eyes wander around the room. Everything seemed okay. Dennis laid in the armchair with his head in his lap. The closet door remained closed. Why is that not? There it goes. The cat poked his head into my room, his eyes gleaming like gold. Oh no, I forgot about the cat. Take some Valium. Go to sleep, George, I whispered. You go to sleep too, okay? He obediently turned and disappeared. I clicked off the table lamp and settled back into bed. Jed was telling the truth, I decided. He seemed as confused as I was. My eyes felt suddenly heavy. Stop getting back into bed and laying down. I let out a loud yawn. I felt so sleepy, and the pillow felt so warm and soft, but I couldn't let myself fall asleep. I had to stay awake. I had to wait for Slappy to make his move. Did I drift back to sleep? I'm not sure, but a loud click made my eyes shoot wide open. I raised my head in time to see the closet door start to open. The room lay in darkness. No light washed in from the window. The door... Oh, that's weird. The door was a black shadow sliding open, slowly. My heart began to pound. My mouth suddenly felt dry as cotton. The door opened, sliding silently, a low creak, and then a shadow stepped out from behind the dark door. I squinted hard, not moving a muscle. Another creak. A figure took another step, out of the closet, another step, making its way past my bed to the bedroom door. Slappy. Yes, even in the night blackness I could see his dark, rounded head. I watched his skinny arms dangle to its side and the wooden hand bob as he moved. Like a scarecrow, I thought, gripped in horror. He walks like a scarecrow because he has no bones. Well, how does he walk if he doesn't have any bones or any type of structure to hold him up? Up and down his whole body bobbed as he crept away and waited. Or I waited until he slithered and scraped out the door and into the hall. Then I jumped to my feet. I took a deep breath and held it. Then I tiptoed through the darkness after him. Here we go, I told myself, here we go! Is something actually gonna happen, or is this another 8 chapters of nothing happening? Making its way downtown, walking fast, faces past. You've been on a liquid diet for 11 weeks? That requires it still isn't healing? Oh my gosh. It's crazy that your doctor has you on a liquid diet for that long. Usually, it's not that long. God damn, I'm sorry, Ronan. That's a bummer. Oh man, my eyes are getting tired, but we only have a few chapters left. Whew. I stopped at the bedroom door and poked my head into the hallway. Mom keeps a small night light on all night just outside of her bedroom door. Her bedroom? So does Mom and Dad not sleep in the same bed? Because she makes it sound like they sleep in different rooms. Peering into the light, I watched Slappy pull himself silently toward... Wait, pull? So he pull. So that means he can't walk? I'm confused by the term he's using, because pool makes it seem like he's like doing like the army crawl thing. The big shoes shuffled along the carpet. Okay, so he is... Why use that? Okay, whatever. Slappy's body bobbed and bent. The big wooden hands nearly dragged along the floor. When my chest started to ache, I realized I hadn't taken a breath. As silently as I could, I let out a long whoosh of air. You need to stop being bad. Get your little ass back up there. As silently as I could, I let out a long whoosh of air, then took another deep breath and started to follow Slappy down the hallway. I had a sudden impulse to shout, "Mom! Dad!" They would burst out of their room and see Slappy standing in the middle of the hall. But no. I didn't want to shout for them now. I wanted to see where he was heading. I wanted to see what he planned to do. I took a step. The floorboard creaked under my bare foot. Did he hear me? I pressed my back against the wall and tried to squeeze myself flat in the deep in the shadows. I peered through the dim light back at him. He kept bobbing silently along. His shoulders rolled up and down with each shuffled step. He was just outside. Why does Slappy hate Sarah so much? He was just outside of Sarah's room when he turned around. I ducked low, dropped back into the bathroom. Had he seen me? Had he turned around just because he knew I was there? I waited, listened. Waited for him to come scraping back, listened for him to turn around and come back to get me, but there was silence. My mouth felt so dry, my legs were trembling, and I grabbed the tile wall to steady myself. I gathered my courage slowly and poked my head around the hall. Empty. I squinted towards Sarah's room. In the yellow light, no one was there. He's in Sarah's room, I told myself. He's doing something terrible in Sarah's room. Something I'll be blamed for. Not this time, Slappy, I silently vowed. This time you're going to be caught. Pressing against the wall, I crept down the hall. I stopped in Sarah's doorway. The nightlight was plugged in across from Sarah's room. The light was brighter here. I squinted into her bedroom and I could see the mural she had started to paint. It was a beach scene. The ocean, a broad yellow beach. Kites flying over the beach. Jesus Christ. Kids building sand castles in one corner on the beach. Jesus Christ, you don't have to say... Yes, the mural is about a beach, Stein. You don't have to keep repeating it. But where was Slappy? I took a step into the room and saw him, standing at our paint table. I saw this big wooden hand fumble over the table of supplies. Then he grabbed a paintbrush in one hand. He raised and lowered the brush as if pretending to paint the air. Then I saw him dip the paintbrush into a jar of paint. He took a step toward the mural, and then another. And that's when I burst into the room. I dove towards the dummy just as he raised the paint. Why don't you just turn on the light? That would have woke up your sister. But where are they? Sand? Water? I grabbed my phone and took some pictures of the puppet walking by itself. Well, that would work now, but I think this was the early 90s, so they didn't have that ability yet. Slappy. Oh. I grabbed the paintbrush with one hand and wrapped my hand around his waist and tugged him back. The dummy kicked both legs and tried to punch me with his fists. Hey! I agree. This is a really dumb story, but there's not too much I can do, honey. Like, I don't know what it is that you want me to do. No, can you get your butt out of the camera? I don't know why she's so mad out of nowhere. If you want to go to bed, go to bed. Go to bed in another room that isn't here. Slappy on the beach. Go to bed. Go on. You can't have... By the way, what I for those who don't know, that was a temper tantrum that she just had. But that one kid had an iPod. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. I remember that one. The light clicked on and Slappy went limp in my arms. His head dropped. His arms and legs dangled to the floor. Sitting up in bed, Sarah gaped at me in horror. Amy, what are you doing? She cried. And then, without waiting for an answer, she began to scream, Mom, Dad, hurry! The psycho's in here again! Chapter 18. Yeah, we can tell it was right into the mic. I'm so sorry. It scared you? Yeah, I'm so sorry. Look, unfortunately, when it comes to streaming, I either have to stream super late at night or during the day. And sometimes it doesn't matter because Tippy will wake up. You get out of here. You get out. Oh, okay. Sorry. She's in her... Stop right into the mic. Right into the mic. Can you please stop? They want to hear scary stuff. And you scared one of them on accident. You need to be quiet. I'll put you down here. You need to be quiet. Be quiet. Dad came rumbling in first, adjusting his pajama pants. Ooh. Why was Dad adjusting his pajama pants? What's going on? What's going on? What's the problem? You interrupted the one night of the year I actually get to see your mother naked. Mom followed right behind him, blinking and yawning. I took this from Slappy, I stammered, holding up the paintbrush. She was gonna ruin the mural. They stared at the paintbrush in my hand. I heard Slappy sneak out of the closet, I explained breathlessly. I followed him into Sarah's room. I grabbed him just before he did anything terrible. Alright, you need to leave. Oh! No, now she's mad because I'm trying to get her out. Come on. No. There you go. You've been evicted. Sorry about that. Dang it, Tippy. You messing with my camera again? Okay. Sarah rolled her eyes. I saw you come into my room, she replied. You're carrying the dummy, Amy. You're holding the dummy and the brush. My eyes darted from face to face. They all stared back at me as if I just landed on Earth in a flying saucer. That's not how they're looking at you, sweetheart. You ain't got... Slappy just jerks up. You ain't got no proof. Scary stuff. I'm in here for the cop. Dad was in Mom's room. No one believes me. No one. The next morning, Mom hung up the phone as I came down for breakfast. You're wearing shorts to school? She asked. I in my outfit, olive green shorts and a red sleeveless t-shirt. The weatherman said it's going to be hot, I replied. Jed and Sarah were already at the table. They glanced up from their cereal bowls but didn't say anything. I poured myself a glass of grape juice. I like grape juice. I'm the only one in my family who doesn't like orange juice. I guess I am totally weird. Yeah, you are, because orange juice is delicious too. I actually make fresh squeezed orange juice every morning. Or every Sunday morning, sorry. Because I make a... That's my waffle day, Sunday morning. Who were you talking to on the phone? I asked Mom. Are you being sarcastic with me, Rapuka? Dr. Palmer's secretary, she replied hesitantly. You have purple above your lips, she said, pointing. I wiped the grape juice off with a napkin. Dr. Palmer, isn't she a shrink? I asked. Why do you know who that is? Shorts on a school day? Scandalous. I tried to get an appointment for today, but she can't see you until Wednesday. But Mom... Shh! No discussion. But Mom, shh! Just talk to her once, Amy. You might enjoy it. You might think it's helpful. Yeah, sure. I turned to Sarah and Jed. They stared down at their cereal bowls. I sighed and set the juice glass in the sink. I knew what this meant. It meant I had to wait until Wednesday to prove to my family that I wasn't a whack job. In the lunchroom at school, Margot begged me to tell her what was going on. Why were you locked up in your room all day yesterday? Come on, Amy, spill. It can't possibly be that crazy. No way was I going to tell her. I didn't need the story going around school that Amy Kramer I forgot their last names were Kramer, believes their ventriloquist dummy is alive. I didn't need everybody whispering about me and staring at me the way everyone in my family did. Actually, that's kind of surprising that she didn't. Actually, she's your shrink. Their daughter is going to be committed. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for if it's a dark twist where Amy gets institutionalized. And then the dummy just kills the whole family. That's like the darkest twist I can think of. Dad wants to know if you'll change your mind about... Why is this dad so insistent on Amy showing up with her fucking dolls? This is so weird. Is there nobody else in this city that can do like an act that 6-year-old would find fun? I'm sure there are costume people. Just get the Ninja Turtles in there for a bit. This is the 90s. Ninja Turtles were still around. If you want to perform as Slappy, you can. No, forget it, I interrupted. I put Slappy in the closet and he's staying there forever. Oh, okay. Wow. You don't have to bite my head off. Oh, sorry, I said quickly. I'm a little stressed out these days. Here, do you want this? I handed her the brownie my mom had packed. What? You didn't want your brownie? Thanks, Margot replied, surprised. Later, I said. I crinkled up my lunch bag and tossed it in the trash and hurried away. In my room that night, I couldn't concentrate on my homework. I'm glad we got that whole scene. That was a really needed scene. Darkest sketch. In my room that night, I couldn't concentrate on my homework. I kept staring at the calendar. Monday. I only had 2 nights to prove that I wasn't crazy, that Slappy really was doing these horrible things. Maybe the parent should have specified, hey, it takes a bit to get somebody committed, even in the 90s, so, you don't have to think that we're just gonna throw you in a hole and walk away. I paced back and forth for a while, thinking hard, and getting nowhere. What could I do? What? After a while, I felt my head about to split open. I reached up with both hands and tugged my hair. Yeah, that's gonna convince your parents that you're not losing your freaking mind. Maybe I'll just get rid of Slappy, I decided. That's what you should have done the first time. Maybe I'll take him outside and toss him in the trash. That'll end the whole problem. The idea did make me feel a little bit better. Kind of weird that didn't cross your mind once. I kind of feel like that after that happened to me once, it would have been out. Knowing this family, that's exactly what they're hoping for. Yeah, I think they're like, man, we were cool once we had a boy and a girl. This middle one, she doesn't have any talent. I mean, our oldest can paint and she's real smart, and our youngest can burp really loud. I mean, we got all of them covered. We don't need a ventriloquist in this fucking family. I turned and took 2 steps towards the closet and stopped with a gasp when I saw the doorknob slowly turn. As I stared in shock, the closet door swung open and Slappy stepped out. He's like, ha, I don't need to pretend anymore with you, bitch. What? He slumped forward and stopped a few feet in front of me. His grin grew wired. Amy, he rasped, it's time you and I had a little talk. Look, Amy, I don't find it really fair that you're trying to keep me inside the closet. You're making it so I can't be myself. And it's like, it's really difficult because Dennis and I were talking about it. You know, my last relationship kind of went down the shitter, as it were, and I'd really prefer it if you would just accept me for who I am. A demon gay puppet who likes to cause some mischief, like minor property damage. And I always go after the I guess the smart character or the talented character. Amy, ooh, chapter 19. Amy, you're now my. Why am I? He almost sounds like a shitty Cartman impersonation. Amy, you're now my slave. Slappy said. His threat came out in a harsh, cold rasp. I stared back at him and couldn't reply. You read the ancient words that bring me to life, the dummy whispered, and now you have to serve me, and you will do everything I ask. I'm like, excuse me, if I'm the one that summoned you, why am I serving you? It's usually supposed to be like Jack Ruby at the nightclub. That doesn't make it, that whole thing doesn't make any sense unless you're like into a weird like slave, like what is it, slave dom, sub dom thing. Why would you ever summon this stupid, because all he does is just causes minor annoyances. That, again, just property damage. Respect my authority. Don't even make me talk about that time I got run over by a steamroller. I forgot. Never thought I would recover from that. That's a great point. That phenomenal point. I forgot about the steamroller. How did he manage to get over? Did he do the cartoon thing where he took his thumb and blew himself back up? Like, fuck it, Dr. Doom? Not Dr. Doom. Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit? No, I managed to choke out, please. Oh, yes, he cried. Yes, Amy, you're my slave now. My slave forever. I have no accent for Slappy. I can't remember what I used. I don't even know what continuity means. I go to the bathroom on a regular basis. What do you mean? Let go. Slappy grabbed one of my hands and twisted my wrist. I felt the cold wooden fingers tighten around me. You'll do as I tell you. From here on out, the dummy whispered, or else what? Or else I'll destroy your sister's mural and you'll be blamed for it. Ooh. Not, I'll slice open your, it's like, I'll cut your parents' throats open. And make it and frame you for it so you'll go to jail for 100 years. But no, I'll paint smiley faces on the mural that she'll have to fix. Puppets operate on cartoon logic. Big deal, I muttered. Oh, at least she's like, and? Do you really think I'll be your slave because you'll wreck her painting? You've already wrecked her room, haven't you? That doesn't mean I'll be your slave. I'll just keep destroying things. I will ruin your father's walk that he keeps pawning and rebuying. Maybe I'll start wrecking your brother's things too, and you'll be blamed. You'll be blamed for all of it, and you'll be grounded until you graduate high school. It seems really... At a certain point, I was like, yeah, go destroy shit. I'm going back to bed. Oh, I'm gonna be blamed for it. Oh no. Your parents are really worried about you, aren't they, Amy? Your parents think you're crazy. Stop, please. What do you think they'll do if you start wrecking everything in the house? What do you think they'll do to you, Amy? Sorry, I'm a little drunk. You can't. He jerked my arm hard. They'll send you away, he whispered. That's what your parents will do. They'll send you away and you'll never see them again unless on visiting days. No, that's... How long have you been around the mental health system there, old Slappy? Depending on where this is. I'm assuming because Arlstein is in the States, so this is probably happening somewhere in the States. If it was like, okay, they're not gonna do shit to me. We don't have insurance. Oh, shit, this is easier in places with universal health care, isn't it? Well, I'll, hang on, I gotta go brainstorm in the closet with Dennis for a while. I'm just gonna be going. You'll be an excellent slave. No way that'll happen. My parents will never visit me. You and I will have many good years together. You will devote your life to me. What exactly do you... Or at least ask him. I was like, okay, what do you want me to do if I'm your slave? What is it that... Wish I had some nice Canadian family to menace. Why does this shit keep happening in the States? My plans always go up in flames. The first time I was in Arkansas a couple years ago, and I moved once, and they shot me like 30 times. It took me forever. You thought the steamroller was bad. I mean, goddamn. They blew me up with a rocket launcher. I didn't even know that was legal there. I should probably not be... Just move. Maybe I'll go across the pond. I bet British people are a lot nicer than this. I don't know why I suddenly got a weird accent again. Then Slappy ran on free healthcare program and won the election. The end. No, I won't be your slave. People will think I'm a total loser. You think it's... Ow, why'd you... I'm trying to have fun, alright? There's only so much I can do with this story. They launched me out of a rocket launcher. I caught the dummy by surprise. Before he could let go of my wrist, I pulled him off balance and he let out a startled grunt. Just kick him across the room! Are they really? Flamethrowers are legal? Well, I guess that kind of makes sense in the context of like farmers. I can understand them needing to clear stuff away, like brush and things like that. Hopefully in a safe way. But that's so bad. What would you need a flamethrower for, really? Obviously I've never needed one, so I don't know. The most I've had is a blowtorch, but that was for a reason. Puppet Akita. He let out a startled grunt, and as I lift him off the floor, he's just a dummy, I told myself. I can handle him. I can beat him up. His hand fell off my wrist. I ducked low, grabbed his boneless arms with both hands, and swung my shoulder and flipped him over my back. And he landed on his stomach, and I heard a loud clonk as it hit the floor. I can handle him. I had to pin him to the floor with my... I tried to pin him on the floor with my knees, but he spun away and scrambled up faster than I could believe. See, if he crawled up the wall and onto the ceiling on all fours, that would have been at least kind of freaky. I think they aren't subject to firearm laws because they aren't ballistic. Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Because again, it kind of seems like something that would be used on farms. Or in, like, rural areas. I can't imagine somebody in an apartment in, like, a major metropolitan area needing a flamethrower. He countered Puppet Akita with Puppet BJJ. He spun around and scrambled. I cried out as he swung his wooden fist. I tried to dodge, but he was too fast and hit me in the forehead. She's getting beaten up by a ventriloquist dummy. Yeah, like, you beat me to it, Ronan. Imagine having to admit yourself I got my ass kicked by a dummy. My face felt as if it had exploded. Pain shot down my body. Everything went bright red. I crumpled to the floor. I can handle him. I could beat him. The words repeated in my mind. I blinked my eyes and raised my head. I refused to give up. Through the haze of red, is the next 3 or 4 chapters just her fighting this dummy? It just becomes the equivalent of Hot Fuzz at the end, where it's just like the last 20 minutes is just them going balls to the wall. I grabbed Slappy by the waist and pulled him down, ignoring my throbbing forehead. I wrestled him to the ground. He kicked both feet and thrashed his arms wildly. He swung at me, trying to land another blow, but I dug my knee into his middle. Then I wrapped my hands around his thrashing arms and pinned him to the floor. "Let go, slave," he squealed. "I command you, let go." But I held tight. No, seriously, let me go. This is not cool, man. This is kind of embarrassing. I ignored his shrill cries and swung his arms behind his back. And I swung his arms tightly behind his back? Oh, okay. She has him face down, and then she had him pinned, so now she's grabbing his arms, so she's like arresting him. It's just these two slapping each other around like Three Stooges. At least that would be entertaining. Again, nothing started happening until chapter 18. It's like I could just go flip, 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 and then it gets to there. He tried to kick me with both shoes, but I let go of the arms and grabbed his leg. Why would you let go of his arms? I swung him upside down, and he hit his head on the floor with a clonk, but it didn't seem to hurt him. "Let go, slave! You will pay! You will pay dearly for this!" He screamed and protested, squirming and swinging his arms. I dragged him across the rug and swung him. Isn't anybody home? She's having this knockdown, drag-out fight with this puppet, and nobody... It's like the Hobgoblins fight where the actors are just like, It's like, Sorry, Tiffy, I forgot you were on my shoulder. I dragged him across the rug and swung him into the open closet. He dove quickly, trying to escape, but I slammed the door in his face. Wow, this isn't making him seem very, threatening. You're getting your ass kicked by a 12-year-old girl, my dude. "Let me out! You can't keep me in here!" Slappy raged. He began pounding on the door. "I'll break it down, I really will!" he threatened. He pounded even harder. I turned and saw the door start to give. Is he gonna break it? What can I do? Slappy furiously kicked at the door. I need help. I bolted into the hall. Mom and Dad had their bedroom closed, I saw. Should I wake them up? Honey, they ain't sleeping. Dad put Mom made an IOU because you interrupted their once a year shag time, and you're gonna do it again. I mean, whether or not they actually see that Slappy is real, you're still getting locked away because, you know, Daddy only gets his dick wet once a year, and you're fucking it up for him. No, they won't believe me. I'll drag them to my room. Slappy would be slumped lifelessly on the closet floor, and Mom and Dad would be even more upset. Well, at least she's putting that together. Sarah! I can convince Sarah! Her door was open. I burst into her bedroom. She stood at the mural, brush in hand, dabbing yellow paint on the beach. You could hear Barry White playing through the closed door. As she turned, I ran in, and her face tightened in anger. What do you want, Amy? She demanded. You have to believe me. I need your help. It wasn't me who did these terrible things. It really wasn't. It was Slappy. Please help me, please. It was Slappy. Yes. Yes, I know, Sarah replied calmly. Oh, are we about to get oh, see, we're in cahoots. I wanted to get you in trouble. I wanted you institutionalized. Nobody wants you here, Amy. He's chopped his way through the door with a tiny axe. Here's Slappy. Damn it, she's not in the room anymore. I thought that was really clever. What did you say? Sarah set down the paintbrush. Amy, I know it's Slappy, she repeated in a whisper. Ooh, that was weird. But Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she cried with emotion. She rushed forward and threw her arms around me. I still didn't believe what she said. You knew this whole time it was Slappy and not me? Sarah nodded. The other night, I woke up and I heard someone in my room. I pretended to be asleep, but I had my eyes open part way, and I saw Slappy. I saw him carrying a red paintbrush, and I saw him painting Amy, Amy, Amy all over my walls. But you didn't tell Mom and Dad? You let them think it was me? Let them set up a psychiatrist appointment, and you're just fine with this? I didn't want to believe it, she confessed. I didn't want to believe that a dummy could walk on its own. So I accused you. I guess the truth was just too scary. I was frightened, Amy. I wanted to believe it was you doing those horrible things. I wanted to pretend it wasn't the dummy, so I basically sentenced you to be in a mental institution until you turned at least 21. I thought that maybe that would be easier to come to terms with. David Letterman. I don't remember any of the 60 minutes. They're like, all together on 60 minutes. You wanted to get me in trouble, I accused. That's why you did it. That's why you lied to Mom and Dad. You wanted to get me into trouble. Hi, David. I'm Grandpa. Amy, I didn't want us both to be committed. This is a good one, Ron. Yeah, I guess, she murmured. I guess I'm a little jealous of you, she said. What? You were jealous of me? Yeah, I guess. Everything is so easy for you. You're so relaxed. Everyone likes your sense of humor. It's not like me. I have to paint to impress people. This is the biggest surprise of all. Guys, focus. Can we focus, please, about the living dummy trying to break down the closet door? Maybe you guys can have this heart-to-heart after everything is done. The real horror here is the mental health care industry. That is very accurate, Machete. And hello, I can't remember if I said hello to you or not. I will be a nuisance. Oh, hi, Colossus. I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. I will be a nuisance. Didn't she know I was jealous of her? I suddenly had a funny feeling in my chest. My eyes brimmed. Strong emotion swept over me. I rushed forward and hugged Sarah. Guys. For some reason, we both started laughing. I guess we were just so happy the truth was out. Then Slappy's painted face. Oh, yeah, the fucking dummy that's trying to break down the door. I've been here the whole time. I know. I just couldn't remember if I said hi to you. You have to help me, I told her, right now. Help you do what? She demanded. We have to get rid of Slappy, I told her. We have to get rid of him for good. But how? Stepping into my room, we both cried out at once. We heard a final kick, and the door closet swung open. Guess what, slaves? He rasped. Slappy wins! The end. So their alibi is gonna be throwing Jet under the bus? I mean, probably. What else are they gonna do, man? Grab Chapter 22, grab him! I cried to my sister. I reached out both arms and made a frantic dive for my dummy, but he scampered to the side and slipped away from my tackle. His blue eyes flashed excitedly. Give it up, slaves, he rasped. You cannot win. Sarah held back, hands against the door frame. I made another grab for Slappy, missed again. Sarah, help me! I pleaded. I leaped at Slappy, grabbed one boneless ankle. With a grunt he pulled out of my grasp, I darted forward to the door and ran right into Sarah. The collision stunned them both. Sarah staggered back. Slappy teetered off balance. I threw myself at him, caught his arms, and pulled them behind his back. He squirmed and twisted, but Sarah grabbed both of his big leather boots. Tie him into a knot, she cried. He kicked and thrashed, but we held tight. I twisted his arms behind him, twisted them around and around and around. Slappy squirmed and bucked, grunting loudly. His wooden jaws clicked. When I glanced up from my work on the arms, I saw Sarah had wrapped his legs in a knot too. Put me down! Put me down, slaves! Put me down at once! With one hand, I grabbed a wad of tissue from my bed table and jammed it into Slappy's mouth. Guess now what? Sarah cried breathlessly. Where do we put him? I don't want him in my room. We go outside, I instructed my sister, holding on to the knotted arms with both my hands. Get him outside. What if Mom and Dad hears us? It's after 11. I don't care. This sounds super suggestive. Yeah. Don't use... Here's the thing. If you have ever at any point ever read one of the romance type novels, never use the word bucking. Because bucking usually means something else. Because that triggered a memory. I haven't read them in a million years, but I remember in high school I was like, I wonder what these are like. And that was used frequently. So now it's seared into my memory. Don't use bucking in a very... non-suggestive way, because it's gonna sound suggestive whatever you do. We dragged Slappy into the hall. Mom and Dad's door remained closed. Yeah, they're busy. They're bucking, alright? Usually only gets this kind of action from Mr. Wood. Oh, don't mention Mr. Wood. See, this is why he's so angry. Mr. Wood had found himself a different Woody and left him. It was a whole thing. It was very upsetting. Good, I thought. They hadn't heard our struggle. They probably heard, but they just don't care. Sarah carried him by the knotted legs. I carried him by the arms. I didn't know where to take him. I only knew I wanted him out of the house. We carried him through the darkened living room and out the front door. We stepped into the hot, sticky night, more like summer than spring. A pale sliver of the moon hovered low. Wow, they're really painting a scene, aren't they? There was no breeze, no sound of any kind. Should we take him somewhere on our bikes? I suggested. How would we balance him? I asked. Or she asked. Besides, it's too dark. It's too dangerous. Just carry him a few blocks and dump the body. Slappy remained limp. His eyes rolled up in his head. Whoa, what the hell did you guys do to him? At the corner, we spotted two circles of light approaching. We slipped behind a hedge just in time. The car rolled by without slowing. We waited for the glow of the red taillights to disappear in the darkness, and then we continued down the next block, carrying the dummy behind us. Hey, how about those? Sarah asked, pointing with her free hand. I squinted to see what she had spotted. A row of metal trash cans lined up on the curb in front of a dark house across the street. He's just gonna climb out and come back, guys. Sarah, please, don't say hot and sticky. Usually only gets this kind of action from Mr. Wood. Wood chipper? Yeah, exactly. You need to like cut him up in little pieces. Even though I guess, I don't know, smashing him did nothing. So I don't know what a wood chipper would do. I dragged the dummy towards the corner and motioned to the metal drain down I motioned to the metal drain down at the curb. Oh, sorry, I accidentally skipped a spot. I led the way across the street, and then I stopped. Sarah, I have a better idea. They're gonna shove him down. They're gonna shove him down into the sewer. It's perfect. Through the narrow opening of the curb, I could hear running water far down below. Come on, shove him in. Slappy didn't move or protest or anyway. I lowered his head into the drain opening, and then Sarah and I pushed him, and we heard a splash and a hard thud, and then it's everywhere. Slaves, I'm going to kill you. We hurried home. I was so happy I skipped most of the way. The next morning, Sarah and I came to the kitchen for breakfast together. Mom turned from the counter where she was pouring herself a cup of coffee. Jed was already at the table eating his frosted flakes. What's he doing down here? Jed asked. He pointed across the table at Slappy, sitting in the chair. And everybody, I guess, was just too polite to not mention the fact that the thing smelled like like shit. Sarah and I both gasped. Yes, why is this dummy down here? Mom asked. I found him sitting there when I came down this morning. Why is he so dirty? Where's he been, Amy? Why are you asking me? He's an adult. He can do whatever he wants, Ma. At least Pennywise is his new friend. Well, apparently Pennywise is like, nah, dog, get out, because he didn't stay there very long. I guess he fell or something, I mumbled. Well, take him back upstairs. He's supposed to be kept in the closet, remember? Yeah, I remember. This whole family's so homophobic. He looks like he's been wallowing in mud. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can call it mud. I hoisted Slappy up and slung him over my shoulder. I'll come with you, Sarah stammered. What for? Mom demanded. Sit down, Sarah, and eat your breakfast. You're gonna be late. Sarah obediently sat down across from Jed, and I made my way down the hall. I was halfway to my room when Slappy raised his head and whispered, Good morning, slave. Did you sleep well? I didn't. I laid face down in a in a diaper, an old diaper, for over an hour before I managed to get my limbs unknotted. Really, really fucking mad at you right now. I tossed him in the closet and locked the door. He's like, hey, I wasn't done. The evil laugh made me shake all over. What am I gonna do? What can I do to get rid of this creature? Light him on fire. See, that's the first thing I would think of. The thing is clearly evil. It's made out of flammable things. Light his ass on fire. Done. The day dragged by. I didn't think I heard a single word my teacher said. I couldn't get Slappy's evil, grinning face out of my mind. I won't be your slave, I silently vowed. I'll get you out of my house and out of my life. It's the last thing I do. Well, I mean, it's kind of on Dad's thing, and we never did explain where the fuck that sandwich came from that was in his head. That was just a random sandwich that was in the dude's head. That night, I lay awake in my bed. How could I sleep knowing that evil dummy sat in the closet just a few feet away? The night was hot and steamy. God damn it. I had pushed the window open all the way, but there was no breeze. A fly buzzed in my head, which was the first sign of spring. Staring up at the twisting shadows of the ceiling, I brushed a fly away with one hand. As soon as the buzzing vanished, another took its place. A click, a low squeal, the sound of my closet door opening. I raised myself up off my pillow. You would think she would try to barricade it somehow. Like, he escapes so easily. I raised myself up on my pillow, squinting in the darkness. I saw Slappy creep out. He took a few steps, and he turned. Was he coming towards my bed? No. His head and shoulders bobbed as he pulled himself to the door, then out the hall. He's going to Sarah's room. He needs to get some new material. This is all he's doing. What new horror was he going to create? I lowered my feet to the floor, climbed out of bed, and followed him out the hall. You think he would be expecting that at one point? At that point? It hasn't been hot and steamy in that closet since Slappy became single again. Ew. We still don't know what happened to Dennis's head. My eyes adjusted quickly to the dim light. I watched Slappy slither towards my sister's room. He moved as silently as a shadow. I held my breath and kept my... That's right. Slappy's moving one step at a time. Thank you, Rapuka. I held my breath and kept my back against the wall as I followed him. When he turned to Sarah's room, I stepped away from the wall and started to run. I reached the bedroom door just in time to see Slappy pick up a wide oh, for fuck's sake, dude. A wide paintbrush from Sarah's supply table. He took a step forward on the mural, one step, and then another. Small figure leapt out of the darkness. The lights flashed on. It's Dennis! I cried. Stand back! Dennis ordered in a high, shrill voice. He lowered his head and charged at Slappy. Sarah sat up in bed and uttered a frightened cry. I would be more confused than that. Oh, we're having a lover's quarrel. Maybe Slappy was like, hey, and Dennis is like, no, sorry, I'm not really into dudes, my bad. Like, I'm sorry. See, there's like, I don't want to make it weird, but me and that Minnie Mouse doll kind of have a thing going. I don't want to make it awkward, you know. I'm so sorry. So this is the real reason why Slappy's all pissed. He's got wooden blue balls. Dennis flew at Slappy. What? Sarah sat up in bed and blah, blah, blah. I could see the stunned expression on Slappy's face. He's like, what? A talking dummy? What is this? Did that guy become a real boy? Yeah, I was about to say, I think we should see other puppets. I was about to say, he didn't have a head, I want to say the last time. It kept falling off. Dennis flew at Slappy, slammed his head into Slappy's middle. Slappy let out a oof, and he staggered back and fell. A loud thud rang through the room as the back of Slappy's head hit Sarah's iron bedpost. Ooh. I raised both hands to my cheeks and gasped as Slappy's head cracked open. The wooden head split down the middle. I watched the evil face crack apart. Wow, that's actually kind of violent. His wide, shocked eyes slid in different directions. The red lips cracked and fell away. How hard did he hit this dude on the metal bedpost? And then the body collapsed in a heap beside them. My hand still pressed against my face, my heart pounding. I took a few steps into the room. Dennis ran past me out of the hall, but my eyes were locked on the... Really, you don't care about the other living dummy in your fucking house. You're fine with that one. Sarah climbed out of bed, breathing hard. Her face was bright. Oh, wait, hold on. But my eyes were locked on the two pieces of Slappy's head. I stared in horror as an enormous white worm crawled out. Oh, so that's what happened. That's what the real problem was. See, Slappy's being controlled by a giant worm, and then when the dad took his meal away, he's like, what the fuck? You stole my food! I was waiting forever for that sandwich to go bad, exactly the way I liked it, and right when I was gonna have it for dinner, with, you know, some tasty white wine I also had stashed away, you took it from me. So now I'm gonna annoy this whole family. A fountain of puppet blood. An enormous white worm crawled out of one of the pieces. The fat worm slithered and curled into the wall and vanished into the crack. Oh, that's probably bad. In the molding. Sarah climbed out of bed, breathing hard, her face bright red from excitement. The closet door swung open. Mom and Dad came bursting out. Girls, are you okay? Were Mom and Dad fucking in Sarah's closet door? We saw the whole thing, Mom exclaimed. She threw her arms around me. Amy, I'm so sorry. We should have believed you. No, you shouldn't have believed her because her story was ridiculous. Should have believed her. We believe you now. Well, I would fucking hope so. Puppets and worms in the same sentence makes me think of Ill Bleed for the Dreamcast. Oh, I think that was another game I used to have. We believe you now, Dad declared, staring down at Slappy's broken head. We saw everything. Yeah, you established that. It was all planned. Sarah and I worked it out before dinner. Sarah convinced Mom and Dad to hide in the closet. Mom and Dad were really creeped out by the way I was acting. They were willing to do anything, so Sarah pretended to go to sleep. Mom and Dad hid in the closet. I left the closet door unlocked to make it easy. Yeah, that wasn't suspicious to Slappy at all, that you're like, la-di-da-da, tum-ti-tum, I'm just gonna undo the lock here for no particular reason. Sure hope Slappy doesn't get out in the middle of the night and go into Sarah's room at a convenient time, let's say about past 11. I knew Slappy would creep into Sarah's room, and I knew Mom and Dad would finally see I'm not crazy. And then Jed burst out dressed as Dennis. With Dennis's head propped up on top of one of his turtleneck sweaters. We knew that would shock Slappy. We knew it would give us the best chance to grab him. It's almost over. It's almost over. We didn't know what a great job Jed would do. We didn't know that Jed would actually destroy the evil dummy. I love how they just sicked their child, their third child, the youngest one, on this creature demon puppet thing without really understanding what it could do. I mean, so far all it did was annoy, but what if when he was attacking him, it had like a hidden shiv or something and just started stabbing the kid. You don't know. So far he's just been annoying. Maybe he turns to murderous. We didn't know that Slappy's head would crack apart. That was just good luck. Hey, where is Jed? I asked. Jed, Mother called. Where are you? You did a great job. No reply. No sign of my brother. Oh, weird, Sarah muttered. We all trooped down to the hall to Jed's room, and we found him in bed, sound asleep. He groggily raised his head from a pillow and squinted. What time is it? It's nearly 11. Oh, it's nearly 11, Dad replied. Oh, no! I'm sorry, I forgot to wake up. I forgot to dress up like Dennis. I felt a shiver run down my back, and I turned to my parents. Then, who fought Slappy? I asked. Who fought Slappy? Are you fucking... That's the end of the story. My God. I know I keep saying every time I read a story, oh God, this one was the worst one. But man... This is a good contender for at least the most boring, because quite literally nothing. Who was phone? But who was phone? That's quite literally what it feels like. Who was phone? I still think the worst one was the one where it turned out they were aliens at aliens at a camp. That one annoyed me so fucking much. It genuinely pissed me off. Always leave them wanting more. This is gonna be a trilogy. Oh, you bet your ass it's a trilogy. I think there's way more than just... I cannot believe that this fucking dummy was this popular, that they made not 1, not 2, not 3, but I want to say like 6, 7, 8 books. Yeah, because there's Bride of the Living Dummy, which I think is the 4th one, which is kind of funny because Bride of Chucky is also the 4th one. That's not... Okay. Did I read the second Haunted Mask? Because I'm pretty sure there's a second one. That was the very first one I read, wasn't it? The Haunted Mask. They also have Goosebumps Most Wanted, and that's also slappy. What is this one? It Came from Beneath the Sink. I actually think I remember that Goosebumps, the cartoon, the show. he seems better as a mascot and not as an actual monster in the stories. Yeah. There are 2 haunted mascots. Okay, that's what I thought. Bride of Franken puppet. Yeah, that's a better title. This is... God damn it, Arlstein. I mean, at least you fit your name, because the name just kind of sounds like it would be a spooky author's name. And the fella certainly does live up to that. Also, what about that worm? Thank you! Like, none of this shit makes sense. It's... He should be like the Crypt Keeper. Yeah, I would love that. If he was just introducing that shit. Slappy the ventriloquist. Have they ever released a Slappy? Because, you know, they have... Oh, I guess you can't... Well, no, I guess you can't really see him. He's over there. But I was going to say, have they released a... I don't want to say screen accurate, but I guess it is at this point because there were a few movies. Has there ever been an accurate or screen accurate Slappy? Because I have a good guy doll back there that's screen accurate. It's taken from like the original molds from the second movie, I think it was. But yeah, they got access to the molds and were able to make him. I'm pretty sure I showed him in the Corky video. But I wouldn't mind getting one of the Slappy just to have it because it's kind of cool. I don't care for him, but something like that would still be cool to have. I wrote a TT RPG based on Goosebumps and just has Slappy throw insults and run off. I mean, shit. Well, I was gonna say, well, that's all he's good for, but he's not even really good at that. He just keeps calling people slaves, which is he needs to be careful throwing that word around. What did you say? He's like, excuse me, our family is Jewish. He's like, oh well, I didn't mean that, or God forbid a black family. They're like, excuse me, racist ass puppet. And he's like, no, I didn't. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I will see myself out. You don't have to be you don't have to do any of that. I'm gonna see myself out and cancel him. Cancel the puppet, motherfucker. You just couldn't stick with... Yeah, awkward. You just couldn't stick with cancel Slappy. Couldn't stick with the bad insults. You just had to go there, Slappy. And now he's gonna get a podcast and cry about being canceled and sell millions of books and stuff. Actually, that kind of sounds like a Robot Chicken skit, now that I say it. God, I miss Robot... Wait, is Robot Chicken still going? I haven't watched Adult Swim outside of like, on streaming. Like, I still watch Aqua Teen. I watch Rick and Morty. And Venture Brothers. I still need to finish Venture Brothers. I never actually finished the entire series. One of these days I'll sit down and watch them all. You know, anything's better than what I just read. It genuinely gave me... The ending gave me a headache. It gave me a frustration headache. Slappy would double down and just say... well, I mean... You can get a podcast mic for free. And he's like, I have to start this. I think it's dead, but the stop motion studio still does stuff. Ah! I remember really liking... when I was younger, but funny enough, the only skits that I found particularly funny, like laugh out loud funny, were the ones that involved He-Man. Like, I really liked the one where the He-Man and I think a bunch of 80s cartoon toys are trying to find parking. I think that was the very first episode, honestly. And the other one I really liked was with the dentist, and he attacks Beastman, and I can't remember the other character. Like, he ties one guy up with floss, and the other guy, he takes a drill and jams it in the guy's eye, and the dude goes, Why did Beastman get the floss and I got the fucking drill in the eye? I don't know why that's always made me. Oh, that's right. We did say that Slappy is the character with. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get woken up? With the anime profile picture. She's doing the little tuck thing. Are you a sleepy girl? See, this is the sweetest that she'll ever. Molar, thank you. Thank you, Colossus. It's common courtesy. Molar, Tonia's dentist. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's where I got the Skeletor voice from. Because I can't fucking do Skeletor's voice. I think I just pulled it from Robot Chicken. Well, good for you. There is a third one. There's at least 4. So I guess that's gonna be the next one I read. Now a major motion picture. Slappy was barely in the first one, though. I forget who was Robot Chicken Skeletor. I hear it more than the OG. Well, there was a time I was obsessed with Masters of the Universe. I mean, I still love it, but I mean, when I mean obsessed, I mean they have the cartoon live stream on their official YouTube channel, and I would just put it on when I was getting ready for work in the morning or when I got home, just watching the episodes. Because here's the thing, I don't think a lot of people realize how funny that show is, whether intentional or unintentional, but it's pretty fucking funny. There's one episode that gets me every goddamn time, and it's it just shows how little money they were given for this show. It's a flashback with King Randor and Queen Marlena, and that's Prince Adam / He-Man's dad and mom. And it's supposed to be when they're younger, but instead of, just redrawing the characters to make them look younger, it's just Prince Adam with that they recolored with brown hair, and Tila with the same colors as Queen Marlene. It gets me every time I see it. I was like, that guys had no faith in the kids that were watching this show. Aww. I will take you to your favorite spot to go to bed. I'm sure your sister's looking for you. Been enjoying the modern toys. I got the giant computer lady voice of Evelyn's. Really? See, I need to find. There's a couple things or a couple toys that I would like, because yeah, actually they're not in videos, but you can probably see them. I gotta tilt it up. So up here, all along this part up here, is all Masters of the Universe stuff. Because yeah, I've got the Castle Grayskull, and then I have Stake Mountain, and then in between the two, and then I have one little piece. Wait, is that up there? Yeah, I have one little piece. It's right here. That's supposed to be Eternia. It's a part of that big ass Eternia, but I never got it. It was. Yeah, and the rest of them are just the little toys, and I don't have all of them. I just used to. I'm sorry. I know you're tired. I know. I used to pick them up when I would go to swap meets, but that was back before there was a resurgence of 80s memorabilia. So I would be able to pick them up for like $1, $2. Now. I paid over $100 for Castle Grayskull when I probably could have found it before it got really popular for like $5. You want a collection tour from me? Oh yeah, I mean I can. If you guys are interested, I thought about doing a house tour video in general, but I was like, does anybody even give a shit about that? But if you're interested, I can probably do that. You can probably do that, or at least film it tomorrow, just to have some idea what the place looks like. You see that my Pee-wee's Playhouse. At least get it filmed, and then I could put it up in as like a kind of tiny placeholder. Up until I finally finish this fucking video, because I want to do the second Halloween Town video, or I want to do the second Halloween Town movie for Halloween. But I need to get this fucking rule of rose out. It's just a very long video, so it's hard, and it's a lot to condense down. So I'm trying to do it. It's just taking a long time. The whole reason I'm here is because you had a gargoyles figure in your house. I remember you telling me that. You have no idea. Did you just poop on me? You have no idea how excited I was that I realized somebody recognized like the exact toy. Like, you're like, hey, that's I think it was at Lexington. Was it the Stone Lexington one? I was like, holy shit, because when my dad went into hospice care, I moved back down there and into his house to take care of him until he passed, and he had like boxes upon boxes of stuff that we just left behind, stuff I thought I had, but I guess I didn't, obviously, because they were in the oh, I love gargoyles too. In the closet, and in the closet was not all of them, but there were more than a few of my gargoyles. It kind of sucks too, because I had Demona, I had Brooklyn, I had Hudson. I had all of them. I don't know why I'm going down. I had all of them, including some characters I don't even. I knew they were gargoyles, but I couldn't really like place what episode they were from. They might have just been from not an episode, and they were just trying to sell more toys, like Bad Guys or whatever. He was my favorite when he was a kid. Yeah, I had all of the stone skins. I had all like the first level. I don't know what happened to him. I even had a Goliath that was like yay big. I know, but we're talking about stuff that's interesting now instead of a boring ass Goosebumps book that's a sequel to one that I was actually enjoying. Oh, do the stretch. You can show off your beautiful wings. You're so pretty. I love you so much. Yeah, I guess I should probably. It's like you were supposed to be asleep 3 hours ago. You should check out the next. I have Demona. Where do I have her? She's displayed somewhere up there. I'll have to look. But yeah, I didn't realize how quickly they were coming out with them, because I thought they were going to slow roll it, and then I realized, holy shit, they have Brooklyn was always my favorite, so I need to get Brooklyn. And I think I saw an Angela recently, so I just want to get all of them and maybe put them, maybe dedicate one of the shelves, like rearrange stuff a little bit. But yeah, I have Demona. I have her in her book. She's, like I said, she's somewhere, but I've got so much shit up on the wall I'd have to look. But that is on my list. I need to get all of them. Alright, I'm starting to get tired. This little creature right here should have been asleep 3 hours ago, but she did her magnet bird thing, so she didn't want to leave my side. I'm a bad bird parent. I kept you up so late. Oh, kept her up so late. Okay, we're gonna go. The best boy. Oh, I always loved Bronx. I was kind of bummed that the show was canceled. We didn't get more gargoyles. The voice cast had a lot of actors from. I always wondered what that was about too. Where's the? Oh, there it is. I always wondered what that was about. I thought it was really interesting that there were so many Star Trek. Maybe they were just big shows. I'm not sure. All right. I'm getting off before I get way too lost in the gargoyles.